Chapter 209. This is, while Feng Zichen was puzzled, the talisman paused slightly and fell into his hand. In the next moment, a message appeared in his heart, allowing him to understand the origin of this treasure. The Wunyuan Dao talisman was formed by the innate rune general outline and contained the Dao of innate rune evolution. It was an innate spiritual treasure born from the chaos and was of the highest quality. It had 41 innate divine restrictions. This was a gift from the great Dao to Feng Zichen after he became an innate god fiend as a Dao protector. The chaos was different from the untainted land. In the untainted land, there was abundant innate spiritual qi and endless creation and life, which could breed a large number of innate life forms. In the chaos, there was chaos qi everywhere. They were violent and unpredictable, entangled with each other and stirred the chaos into a mess. It was full of danger and extremely difficult to breed life forms. As such, every life form born in the primal chaos was exceptionally rare. Favored by the great Dao, they were the treasures of the chaos. At the moment of their birth, they would be blessed by the great Dao. Although Feng Zichen was not an innate god fiend born from the chaos, his identity was recognized by the great Dao and he could enjoy the same treatment. It's a pity that I'm not a chaos god fiend. Otherwise, the Dharma treasure given by the great Dao would not be an innate spiritual treasure but a chaos spiritual treasure. After accepting the Wunyuan Dao talisman, Feng Zichen was still not satisfied. Compared to the innate god fiend, the chaos god fiend was the true son of the great Dao. As soon as he was born, he had the strength of Wuxia Xianxia and was accompanied by a chaos spiritual treasure. Most of the spiritual items born in the chaos were a level higher than those born in the untainted land. Therefore, the chaos spiritual treasure was a Dharma treasure comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. However, his identity as an innate god fiend was given by the great Dao because of Pangu. It was simply wishful thinking to want to become a chaos god fiend. The 3 pure ones formed by Pangu's primordial spirit and the 12 ancestral sorcerers formed by his essence blood were only innate divine beings. They were still far from becoming a chaos god fiend. He was a lucky guy who accidentally got Pangu's aura and could become an innate god fiend. It was impossible for him to go further. This item can be given to Xian Qing so that he can establish the innate talisman Dao and occupy the position of the talisman ancestor. In the future, when the immortal Dao flourishes, he can also rely on this to become a venerable immortal. At the same time, I can use this treasure to exchange for the sea-calming divine pearl from Xian Qing and upgrade it to the chaos bead. The appearance of the Wunyuan Dao talisman could be said to have solved Feng Zichen's urgent problem. Initially, he was still thinking about how to obtain the sea-calming divine pearl from Xian Qing. The appearance of this treasure provided him with a good method. The sea-calming divine pearl was a gift from the Grand Master of Heaven to Xian Qing. If it disappeared from Xian Qing's hands for no reason, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Bartering was different. It was a completely reasonable method. Even if word got out, no one would think it was a problem. After all, it was not uncommon for friends to exchange numinous treasures in the primordial world. Moreover, the first origin Dao talisman recorded the general outline of the innate talisman Dao and was a natural treasure of the Dao of talismans. With Xian Qing's ability, he could use this item to establish the talisman Dao lineage. In this way, Xian Qing would be the future master of talisman Dao. When the talisman Dao developed in the future, he could at least obtain the quasi-saint Dao fruit and become a quasi-saint expert. A quasi-saint level clone could provide Feng Zichen with a lot of help and solve a lot of problems. Rumble. A group of stars appeared. They were dazzling and illuminated the chaos. Golden Dao lotuses appeared and took root in the chaos, slowly blooming. There was a peaceful aura emitted from the Dao lotuses, calming the violent chaos qi, making this place temporarily a safe place. This was the phenomenon of Feng Zichen's Dao attainment. Wuxia Xianxia was the incarnation of the great Dao. Anyone who entered this realm would have a phenomenon appear. Congratulations. If such a phenomenon appeared in the primordial world, it would definitely alarm the entire world and attract the attention of countless mighty figures. However, this was the chaos outside the world. It was truly boundless. Although his Dao attainment phenomenon was vast, it was not even considered a wave in the entire chaos. But it could not alarm the chaos demon gods hidden somewhere in the chaos. So powerful. Trying to move his hands and feet, Feng Zichen found that his body was full of power. It seemed that he could fight Daoist Jingxian with just his body without using any Dharma power or divine powers. Taking out the Zichen sword, Feng Zichen directly slashed at his left arm. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing was heard. Feng Zichen's left arm, which was holding the sword, was slightly numb from the impact. At the same time, there was a slight pain in his right arm. Yes, that's right. It was just a slight pain. He was not injured. So powerful. The strength of my body is probably not weaker than an inferior grade connate spiritual treasure. Touching his body, Feng Zichen's heart was full of excitement. The Zichen sword was now an acquired cardinal treasure. Its power was comparable to an connate spiritual treasure. Even if Feng Zichen did not use Dharma power, that sword slash could easily cut an acquired spiritual treasure. But this sword slash did not even leave a trace on his body. From this, it could be inferred that the strength of his body was far beyond an acquired spiritual treasure. It was close to an connate spiritual treasure. Using strength to attain the Dao is indeed the strongest Dao attainment method in the chaos. Daoist Jingxian's body is comparable to an connate spiritual treasure. Primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian's body is probably comparable to an connate cardinal treasure. Then Pangu's body is comparable to a connate cardinal treasure, or even stronger. Using his own situation as a basis, Feng Zichen inferred in his heart. He could not help but come to a conclusion that shocked him. Now, I am more and more certain that Pangu did not die. Instead, he is hiding or is hindered by something, causing him to be unable to appear. Pangu had the strongest body in history. Feng Zichen did not believe that there was anything in this world that could kill him. However, Pangu was still too far away from him. He was an existence that he could not touch or understand. Whether he still existed or not had little to do with him now, and it was not something that he should be concerned about. Right now, Feng Zichen had a more important thing to do. Promote Zichen's sword to an connate spiritual treasure. Zichen's sword had accumulated a lot of experience. Just now, it had been baptized by the Great Path, causing the connate Taoist rhyme on its body to become even stronger. It was only one step away from being promoted to an connate spiritual treasure. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen still had a ball of connate wind origin left behind after the chaos bee devoured the connate spiritual treasure. It could help Zichen's sword complete the last step. Go! Feng Zichen flipped his hand and took out a green ball of light. He cast a divine ability and injected it into Zichen's sword. Before that, the purple imperial sword had already absorbed the connate origin of heaven and earth, the origin of water, and the origin of fire. Now, when the connate wind origin entered its body, the four connate great elements resonated and produced an inexplicable change. Chapter 210. The earth, fire, water, and wind surged on the Zichen sword. The power of the world was born as if it was going to create a new world. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosion, the violet imperial sword shattered. The sword shattered into countless pieces and was obliterated by the chaotic qi. Only the natural Dao mechanism remained, and it was tightly entangled with the four elements. Then, a new world was born. There were flashes of lightning and stars. All kinds of Dao principles appeared and strengthened the world. This was the connate origin that the Zichen sword had devoured. Now that it was at a critical moment, the connate origin appeared one by one and helped it evolve further. As the world became more complete, the laws of heaven and earth began to operate. Suddenly, the chaotic qi in the surroundings was absorbed and transformed into the purest connate origin. It merged with the laws of the world and gradually gave birth to a connate sword embryo. What a treasure! The sword embryo was covered with runes and connate Dao principles. It was obviously an extraordinary item. With a thought, Feng Zichen transferred all his understanding of the sword Dao into the sword embryo. This way, when the Zichen sword was born, it would become the Sword Dao's Dao instrument and grow with the Sword Dao. It would be the most powerful Dharma treasure of the Sword Dao. Boom! The world evolved to its limit and suddenly shattered. The origin of the world began to shrink and enter the Khanate sword embryo. A dazzling sword ray flashed. The Zichen sword broke the sword embryo and reappeared in the world. In an instant, a terrifying sword chi swept in all directions and shredded the chaotic chi. The earth, fire, water, and wind appeared and formed the world again. The Zichen sword was born from heaven and earth and was nurtured by the origin of the world. It could be said that it had endless opportunities. The postnatal chi in its body turned into Khanate Dao principles and completely reverted from postnatal to Khanate. It was promoted to a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure and contained 36 Khanate divine seals. Great! With this sword, I'm more confident of establishing the Khanate sword Dao. Feng Zichen couldn't help but exclaim excitedly as he took the Zichen sword and sensed the Dao principles on it. This was not a joke. Feng Zichen often used the Zichen sword to fight against his enemies, causing the Zichen sword to be inseparable from the way of the sword. His entire body was filled with the way of the sword. Now that the Zichen sword had turned into a Khanate spirit treasure, the wisp of sword Dao Chi had also transformed into a Khanate Chi Chi, allowing Feng Zichen to peek into part of the mysteries of the Khanate sword Dao. He also had some ideas on how to go against the Xiantian sword Dao. The primal chaos is really a land of treasures. I don't know when I'll be able to come here again. It was a coincidence that he was able to enter the great chaos this time. Otherwise, with the barrier of heaven and earth, one would not be able to leave the primordial wilderness before reaching the quasi-sage realm. It was unknown how long it would take for him to break through to the sage-to-be level. This was a rare opportunity, so Feng Zichen planned to cultivate here for a period of time, organize his gains, and solve some small problems at the same time. Come out. He pointed at the chaos bead, and 2 rays of light flew out. They were 2 Khanate Dao embryos, the Yin-Yang Dao embryo and the tripartite Dao embryo. These 2 Dao embryos had been in the chaos bead for many years, but they had not come out. Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little anxious. Today, taking advantage of the special environment of the chaos, he planned to give birth to these 2 Khanate Dao embryos. Chaos Array, rise. Forming a Dao seal, Feng Zichen activated the chaos bead and set up the chaos array. Khanate Dao diagrams flew out one after another and overlapped with each other, forming a great Dao divine diagram. It slowly spread out in the chaos and absorbed the chaos chi from all directions. Among these 10 Dao diagrams, after the first Yuan Dao diagram and the 5 elements Dao diagram, the 6 directions Dao diagram merged with the 6 directions divine clock, completely turning from illusion to reality, causing the power of the chaos array to multiply. The 6 directions divine clock was a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure that Feng Zichen had obtained from the primordial ruins. However, it had long been shattered, causing its grade to drop. After being nurtured by the chaos bead and the world tree, it had barely recovered to the superior grade and could not be improved any further. However, that was enough. It was enough to be used to preside over the chaos array. Rumble. As the array operated, streams of chaos chi were refined and turned into the purest Khanate 2 elements chi and Khanate 6 directions chi. They poured into the 2 elements Dao embryos and the 6 directions divine embryo endlessly, accelerating their evolution. Not only that, but in the other illusory Khanate Dao diagrams, there was also a corresponding Khanate chi being born. It was constantly evolving, as if it was about to transform into a Dao embryo and nurture a Khanate spirit treasure. Noticing this scene, Feng Zichen was delighted. He used the Khanate 8 trigrams and silently calculated. Sigh. What a pity. After a while, Feng Zichen sighed. In his calculations, if the chaos array continued to operate, about 100 million years later, 5 superior-grade Khanate spirit treasures would be born, causing the chaos array to be completely perfected. However, how could Feng Zichen wait for 100 million years? This method was useless. Not to mention 100 million years, he did not even want to wait for 10,000 years. Tree of World, go. Feng Zichen used his magical power and moved the Tree of World to the center of the chaos array. He used the power of the world hanging down from its body to replace his own magic power to activate the chaos array. Suddenly, the chaos array erupted with all its strength. The Great Path Divine diagram expanded and absorbed more chaos chi. The refining power also increased. Every breath, a large amount of chaos chi was refined. As a result, the two elements Dao embryos and the tripartite Dao embryos could not absorb so much chaos chi for a while. Swallow. Feng Zichen's heart stirred. The surplus chaos chi surged toward him, constantly baptizing his body. However, he did not enter cultivation. Instead, he took out the Hongmeng Daozhong. There was still a connate ferocious beast at the level of Daoist Jingxian in it that needed to be dealt with. Fellow Taoist Huan Zun. Your death tribulation. It's here. Feng Zichen took back the shadow of Mount Buzhou and lifted the suppression power of the Hongmeng Daozhong. Where is this, what death tribulation? Huan Zun suddenly came back to his senses. For a moment, he was still a little confused. When he heard Feng Zichen's shout, he could not help but have some doubts in his heart. But immediately, he reacted. Here, it's the outer realm chaos. This is impossible. With the barrier of heaven and earth, how could you, a Daoist Jingxian, leave the untainted land and come to the outer realm chaos? The familiarity that originated from the bloodline made Huan Zun recognize this place. In addition to being frightened, he shouted at Feng Zichen in disbelief. The chaos was the graveyard of Daoist Jingxian. If he accidentally fell into it, causing his true spirit to be unable to return to the untainted land, then even if he died tragically, he would not be able to resurrect in the untainted land. As such, Feng Zichen's purpose in bringing him here was self-evident. How could Huan Zun not be afraid? How could he not be shocked? Fellow Taoist, you are a fiend god born from the essence and blood of the Chaos Demon God. And this is the birthplace of the Chaos Demon God. Who knows, you might run into them here. With a smile, Feng Zichen said to Huan Zun. Chapter 211. Shut up. You little brat, you've gone too far. Today, I'll fight you to the death. The chaos was so vast that the probability of encountering a chaos demon god in the chaos was even lower than encountering Pangu in the untainted land. It was simply impossible. Moreover, with the illusion god's current state, he wouldn't be able to last long in the chaos. A single tide of chaos would be enough to take his life. Either way, he would die. Therefore, the illusion god erupted and ignited his innate origin. With unparalleled power, he charged towards Feng Zichen. Daoist illusion god, innate beasts are history. You, a beast from ancient times, should have met your tribulation long ago. Today, I'll send you to meet your tribulation. With a laugh, Feng Zichen waved the Zichen sword. Brilliant sword light burst out, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. They split into three lights, forming a boundless starry sky that enveloped the illusion god. This was the Trinity sword scripture, heavenly sword. In the starry sky, each star represented a great Tao, containing supreme sword chi. One after another, they bombarded the illusion god, constantly wearing down his power. The illusion god was already seriously injured, so how much innate origin could he have left? Not long after, his innate origin was burned out, and his power continued to decline. He was gradually unable to withstand the impact of the stars. I'm not willing. The illusion god roared unwillingly. His eyes were filled with despair, and he looked at Feng Zichen with hatred, as if he wanted to remember him in his heart. Finally, with a boom, the illusion god detonated the last of his origin, blowing up the heavenly sword and turning himself into ashes. Only a connate undying true spirit was left, wrapped in the worldly mirror, floating in the chaos. Humph. You want to resurrect after dying in the chaos? You're dreaming. Feng Zichen waved his hand and grabbed the illusion god's connate undying true spirit. The illusion god had exploded, and the will above the true spirit had also disappeared. It would take a long time for it to recover. Therefore, Feng Zichen was able to easily get him. Hongmeng Dao Restriction, Seal. He pointed at the Hongmeng Daozhong and Hongmeng energy fell. It turned into runes of the Great Tao and cut off the connection between the illusion sovereign's true spirit and the outside world. Not giving him the opportunity to absorb any power, completely cutting off his path of resurrection through the true spirit. After that, Feng Zichen casually tossed the illusion sovereign's true spirit into the chaos, allowing it to drift forward aimlessly along with the chaos energy, gradually getting lost. In this way, if the illusion lord wants to revive, he can only rely on the imprint on the world's origin energy to nurture a new true spirit. However, this will take a long time. Let's wait until the illusion revered god reappears. I reckon that even the calamity of the journey to the west has passed. In fact, even Feng Zichen had no idea how long it would take to nurture a Daoist Jingxian innate true spirit. But he knew one thing. Since the creation of the world by Pangu, he had never heard of a Daoist Jingxian true spirit that had been destroyed returning from death. From this, it could be seen that it was not easy to rely on the world's origin energy to revive. The time needed was definitely unimaginably long. This mirror is extraordinary. The myriad phenomena of the mortal world enchant the mind and make people forget to return. The 5 turbid energies destroy the tranquility of people and destroy the fruit of Tao. This mirror can be both demonic and Buddhist. It's extremely strange. Playing with the red dust mirror, Feng Zichen fell into deep thought as he felt the qi of red dust and 5 turbid qi on it. This mirror reminded him of the demonic path and the Buddhist path of later generations. The function of this treasure overlapped with the philosophy of the 2 sections. If it fell into the hands of the 2 sects, it would definitely be another supreme treasure. That's not right. It's the will of heaven that this treasure fell into my hands. Suddenly, Feng Zichen thought of something that made him feel refreshed. He understood the significance of the mortal mirror to him. When it came to the myriad phenomena of the mortal world, it was inevitable that there would be joy, anger, sorrow, joy, love, hatred, and hatred. All the worlds of the mortal world were caused by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only the 7 emotions and 6 desires could perform the boundless mortal world. And Feng Zichen had established the incense divine path. Over the years, he had collected a lot of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. He really couldn't throw it away or use it, so he had always kept it in the chaos bead. This qi was so powerful that it would be a pity to throw it away. However, when this thing was used, it couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. When fighting with an enemy, he was afraid that he would hurt himself first before he could hurt the enemy. Therefore, before he found a way to activate this qi, Feng Zichen had no intention of using it, so he simply put it aside. Perhaps it was because he had become a Daoist Jingxian and his vision had improved. When he saw the mortal mirror today, Feng Zichen suddenly had an idea and thought of a wonderful idea. Why not fuse the qi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires with the mortal mirror? In this way, after the God-conferment tribulation, the incense divine path would prosper. He could use the mortal mirror to receive the qi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires contained in the incense of all living beings. Not only could this move allow Feng Zichen to activate the qi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, but it could also greatly increase the power of the mortal mirror. It could also add a treasure to the incense divine path to suppress fate. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. No, the use of this treasure was not only that. The mortal world was the mortal world, and it was also the sea of suffering. If Buddhism were to prosper in the future, Feng Zichen could disguise himself and use the name of helping everyone out of the sea of suffering to join the Buddhist sect and become a Buddha. If the demon sect were to prosper, Feng Zichen could also transform into a supreme heart demon, control the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and play with people's hearts. With this, it would be more than enough to join the demon sect and become a giant demon. With so many backup plans all of a sudden, even with Feng Zichen's current state of mind, he couldn't help but be moved. Even if he couldn't use these identities now, he could still use them as aliases to cover for his main body and provide help. It was just like opening an alternate account in a game. It might not be used normally, but it could be of great use at critical moments. Moreover, how could relying on outsiders compare to relying on oneself? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to open more alternate accounts as aliases. Perhaps one day in the future, there would be his aliases among the major forces of the primordial world, rising to the top and becoming the ruler. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the primordial world. Such a scene was very beautiful just thinking about it. At the same time, Feng Zichen believed that there would definitely be Daoist Jingxian who would do so. After all, unless it was a last resort or they had the confidence to win, a battle at the level of Daoist would not engage in a life and death battle. Most of the time, they were still scheming against each other. With tens of thousands of years as a unit, they were constantly setting up arrangements to either force their opponents into a desperate situation or lead them into a desperate situation. At this time, the benefits of having an alternate account were reflected. Often at critical moments, unexpected people would jump out and give the other party a fatal blow. A shocking reversal was completed. Chapter 212. If Feng Zichen could think of the benefits, the mighty figures of the primordial world would naturally not think of them. Perhaps there were many Daoist Jingxian in the primordial world who were secretly opened by the mighty figures. Feng Zichen took out the qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires and sent it into the mortal mirror. Then, he threw them aside and stopped paying attention to them. Both of them were rare treasures. It would take a lot of time to completely fuse them. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen could take this time to calm down and organize what he had obtained recently. Boom! Boom! One day, 2 loud sounds suddenly came from the chaos, waking Feng Zichen up from his seclusion. He couldn't help but release his spiritual will to look around. He saw 2 connate numinous treasures overflowing with spiritual light in front of him. They were the Yin-Yang Dao embryo and the tripartite Dao embryo. Connate Yin-Yang lock. Connate tripartite diagram. After taking the 2 connate numinous treasures, Feng Zichen sized them up for a moment and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. First, it was baptized by the Great Tao and then nurtured by the Chaos Qi, causing the essence of the 2 to improve significantly. Once it was born, it was a superior grade connate numinous treasure with 34 connate divine restrictions. It was much stronger than Zichen's sword. However, not long after, Feng Zichen obtained 24 sea-calming divine pearls from Xian Qing. Zichen's sword and chaos bead would be able to advance. After the postnatal reversal of the connate, the potential of Zichen's sword increased. Its path of advancement could be said to be smooth. As long as there was enough connate origin, it would definitely not be a problem to advance to a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure. Perhaps, this was the reward given by the Great Tao to the first postnatal numinous treasure to reverse the connate. Rumble. With a wave of his hand, Feng Zichen sent the connate yin-yang lock and the connate tripartite diagram into the chaos array and fused with the corresponding Dao diagram. Immediately, the chaos array changed again. The Great Tao array diagram became clearer and clearer. The power of the Great Tao descended, producing laws and realm walls, causing the entire array to become more stable, as if it was about to turn into an independent small world. At the same time, all kinds of connate qi in the array boiled and transformed into connate divine light, sweeping across the surroundings. What was even more shocking was that behind the innate divine lights, one could faintly see the figures of innate fiend gods moving about as if they were about to cross through time and space to descend upon this place. Connate god fiend? That's his connate god fiend's shadow of the god fiend's connate god fiend. This will suppress all's connate attention. Feng Zichen saw its future through the vision of the chaos array, and he could not help but feel shocked. Divine connate divine gods divine divines. Billions of divine lights shot out at the same time. Even a golden immortal would fall. The connate god's divine be experts. But this was still not the chaos array's strongest state. When the connate 10 Dao diagrams were gathered and the Great Dao divine diagram was completely formed, it would attract the power of the Great Dao. The chaos array could probably compete with primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Only then could it be called a top array formation in the primordial world. Zhouxing Array, 12 Divine Wraith Array, and Immortal Slaying Sword Array were the 3 great array formations. The reason why they were ranked in the top 3 of the primordial world was because they had the power to fight against saints. This was also why the other Khanate arrays were inferior to them. In the primordial world, only the Khanate arrays that could fight against saints could be considered the strongest. As expected of an array formation born from the chaos. It's indeed powerful. When the array is completed, the 3 great array formations of the primordial world will become 4 great array formations. Feng Zichen was very confident in the power of the chaos array. How could the array formation that accompanied the chaos treasure be weak? The chaos array that he had set up now was only a simplified version of the original array. Its power had long been weakened layer by layer. Even so, the great primal chaos array was still so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful the original great primal chaos array was. According to the original structure of the chaos array, it should be a chaos treasure that complemented the 9 chaos spirit treasures. Once activated, it could summon the incarnation of the great Tao and sweep through everything. However, Feng Zichen couldn't even gather 9 superior grade Khanate spirit treasures, let alone 9 chaos spirit treasures. Facing the real chaos array, he could only think about it. He didn't even have extravagant hopes. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of storm will the complete chaos array cause when it appears in the primordial world. With a sigh, Feng Zichen waved his hand at the chaos array and put away all the treasures. He turned around and walked towards the door of the end. Everything was over. It was time to go back. Staying in the chaos, I can't feel the passage of time at all. I don't know how much time has passed since I left the primordial world. In front of the door of the end, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He couldn't figure out how much time had passed in the primordial world. It could be just a moment, or it could be directly to the age of gods. In short, everything was possible. I hope my luck isn't too bad. After saying this as if he was praying, Feng Zichen took a step forward and activated the merit of creation in his sea of consciousness. Immediately, the aura of the great Tao filled the air. A dense purple light bloomed from his forehead and shone on the door of the end, illuminating it. Feng Zichen relied on Pangu's aura to open the door of the end and leave the primordial world. However, in the chaos, he realized that Pangu's aura would affect his future, so he completely wiped it out, leaving nothing behind. In this way, without Pangu's aura, it wouldn't be so easy for Feng Zichen to open the door of the end again. However, this matter wasn't difficult for him. Without Pangu's aura, Feng Zichen still had the merit of creation. This item was a reward given to Pangu by the Great Tao. It was connected to his aura and had endless mysteries. It was even more useful than Pangu's aura. Opening the door of the end couldn't be easier. Sure enough, under the illumination of the merit of creation, the door of the end slowly opened a crack. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's figure swayed and returned to the primordial world through the crack of the door. 10,000 years? Fortunately, it's not too long. It's still within the acceptable range. It's not a big problem. From the aura he left behind, Feng Zichen deduced the time he left this time and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. 10,000 years was not too long for the current primordial world. It wouldn't affect anything. Moreover, after calculating, he had stayed in the chaos for more than 100,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. The extra tens of thousands of years made up for the shortcoming of his cultivation time. It could be seen that his luck was not bad. However, after returning to the end, Feng Zichen no longer had the power to control everything. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chapter 213. Sitting cross-legged, Feng Zichen calmed his mind and focused. He mobilized the power of the sword Dao in his body, intending to take advantage of this opportunity to condense the Khanate sword Dao in one go and lick the Khanate Dao for the primordial world. Oh right, there's another opportunity here. Without any warning, a memory suddenly appeared in Feng Zichen's mind, reminding him of the strange place he saw at the bottom of the void of end. He had planned to put this matter aside and investigate it after condensing the Khanate sword Dao. However, that memory kept echoing in his mind, causing him to be uneasy and unable to calm down to cultivate. At the same time, an inexplicable consciousness appeared and seemed to whisper in Feng Zichen's ear, urging him to head to the bottom of the void of end. This is Heavenly Dao revelation? With a thought, Feng Zichen understood the reason. Anyone with a great opportunity would be favored by the Heavenly Dao. Every time they arrived at a treasure land, they would be able to obtain a revelation from heaven and earth and obtain 1 or 2 treasures. As a result, they would not return empty-handed. It was somewhat similar to the situation he was currently encountering. I really didn't expect that the Heavenly Dao's revelation, the top treatment of the primordial world, would actually happen to me. However, why would there be treasures that are fated with me in the void of end? Frowning, Feng Zichen was puzzled. No one was allowed to approach the void of end. The great Dao was extinct and the creation did not exist. What treasures could be born? Moreover, it could be related to him. Let's go. Since the Heavenly Dao had given a revelation, it meant that there was no danger and it was a pure opportunity. At that moment, Feng Zichen did not condense the Khanate sword Dao. With a flash, he rushed towards the bottom of the void of end. TSK. The void of end is indeed the garbage dump of the primordial world. There's really everything. On the way, Feng Zichen noticed the surroundings and felt a little uncomfortable. This place was filled with viscous liquid of various colors. It was constantly squirming and emitted waves of foul stench. Upon closer inspection, one could see many broken limbs floating in the void of end, constantly being dissolved by the sticky liquid. It was extremely disgusting. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Feng Zichen increased his speed and arrived at the bottom of the void of end in a flash. Why is this place so clean? This is beyond my expectations. At the bottom of the sinkhole, Feng Zichen looked at the empty void in front of him and could not help but be surprised. According to his estimation, after so many years of sedimentation, the environment at the bottom of the ultimate should be even worse than the environment above. However, when they arrived here, not to mention trash, even the final energy was nowhere to be seen. There must be something fishy going on. The situation here is so strange, it's better to be careful. Although the Heavenly Dao's revelation was not dangerous, this was the sinkhole. It could isolate the Heavenly Dao's perception. The Heavenly Dao's predictions might not be accurate here. Who knows what would happen if he walked down the path carelessly? With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen took out the Primal Chaos bead and released strands of Primal Chaos Qi to protect himself before he carefully walked down. Nothing happened. Is this place really that safe? After circling the bottom of the sinkhole, Feng Zichen did not sense any danger, nor did he see anything happen. I was wrong. There really isn't any danger here. But, where's my opportunity? After walking around again, Feng Zichen confirmed that there was no danger here. It was empty everywhere, and it did not look like a primordial land at all. Of course, he did not discover the opportunity foretold by the Heavenly Dao. It's really strange. This place is empty. There's nothing here. Where did the opportunity come from? Could it be that the Heavenly Dao sensed wrongly? But how can the Heavenly Dao be wrong? After scanning the surroundings, Feng Zichen still did not find anything. He could not help but secretly guess. It shouldn't be. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen squatted down and knocked on the ground with the Primal Chaos bead. With this knock, a sudden change occurred. The entire ground began to collapse. Primal Chaos Qi surged up, revealing a huge space. I was wondering why I couldn't find it. So there's another level below. Feng Zichen smiled and entered the space below. He was clad in a robe made of natural virtues, with the primordial bell floating above his head. He held the chaos bead in his left hand and the purple imperial sword in his right. Anything related to primal chaos that could remain until today without being transformed by the primordial land was not simple. It was never too much to be careful. This is Chaos Fiend God. There's actually a chaos fiend god at the bottom of the ultimate. How is this possible? How did he survive Pangu's attack? After dispersing the surrounding primal chaos chi and seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Feng Zichen could not help but take a few steps back in shock. It was a huge figure. It was big in concept, big in the Great Tao. It was boundless, and it was unknown how big it was. The aura of the Great Tao surged around it. It was surrounded by purple gas, and it looked noble. It sat quietly on the ground, emitting a powerful aura as if it could suppress all Daos. Its eyes were wide open, releasing a terrifying murderous intent. It was incomparably cold and intimidating. Feng Zichen looked into its eyes, which was why his mind was stirred and he could not help but step back. He, who had a lot of contact with Chaos Fiend gods, knew at first glance that it was a Chaos Fiend god. It was the strongest, noblest, and most perfect life known in the world. Phew. It's just a corpse. That gave me a fright. After a while, the Chaos Fiend god was still sitting on the ground, motionless. Feng Zichen was curious, so he walked forward and sized it up for a moment. Only then did he realize that although the Chaos Fiend god's aura was powerful, it had no signs of life. What was left here was just a corpse. There was a bloody hole in between its eyebrows. That was its fatal wound. At this time, there was still blood flowing out with divine light. It was very extraordinary. Under Daoist Jingxian, anyone who touched it would die. What a great creation. After confirming that the Chaos Fiend god had completely fallen, Feng Zichen was so excited that he almost jumped up. The Chaos Fiend god was the incarnation of the Great Tao. Their bodies were the appearances of the Great Tao. They were the images of the Great Tao in the world. A complete Chaos Fiend god's body was equivalent to a complete Great Tao. It could also be said that it was a primordial Chaos Tao fruit. As long as it was devoured and refined, one could master a connate Great Tao and become a primordial Chaos Daoist Jingxian. What a great fortune this was. There might not be a second one in the untainted land. Therefore, one could imagine how excited Feng Zichen was. Not to mention him, even if a sage came, he could not remain calm. With excitement, Feng Zichen came to the Chaos Fiend god and was about to devour it. However, as soon as he touched the Chaos Fiend god's body, he found that something was wrong. Chapter 214. In his perception, the charm of the Great Tao on the Chaos Demon god's corpse had been completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind. He could not even comprehend the Great Tao, let alone achieve Tao. It was simply wishful thinking. I knew it. There's no such good thing in the world. Although he had already guessed it, Feng Zichen was still a little disappointed after confirming it. It made sense. How heaven-defying must it be for someone to directly become the primordial Chaos Daoist Jingxian? How could the heavenly Tao allow such a treasure to exist? It would have been destroyed long ago. However, the Chaos Demon god's entire body was a treasure. Even without the charm of the Great Tao, his body was still extremely precious. The body of the Chaos Demon god was condensed from the Chaos Chi. It was innately powerful and was not weaker than a connate spirit treasure. After that, it had been polished by them for countless years. Its strength was definitely not weaker than a connate spirit treasure. There were many connate spirit treasures in the untainted land that were transformed from the remains of the Chaos Demon god. Now, a complete Chaos Demon god's body was placed in front of Feng Zichen. If he used it to refine treasures, he could easily refine them into connate spirit treasures. Hiss. Pangu is so ruthless. It's not enough to obliterate the origin and Great Tao. He didn't even let go of the body. There was a supreme power surging from the glabella of the Chaos Demon god. It was constantly destroying his physical body. By now, his bones, meridians, and internal organs had been completely obliterated. At this moment, the target of this power was the Chaos Demon god's flesh. With the speed of this power, in a few million years, the Chaos Demon god's body would only be left with a piece of skin. As for the origin of this power, it was naturally left behind by Pangu. The remaining Dao charm in the glabella of the Chaos Demon God was all indicating this. Feng Zichen could come to the ultimate ruin because of Taoist Hong Jun's scheme. Obviously, he knew the ultimate ruin very well. If the body of the Chaos Demon God was still in a perfect state, it would have been taken away by Taoist Hong Jun long ago. Because of the pagoda, Daoist Hong Jun wanted to reward Feng Zichen. However, he was surprised to find that he carried Pangu's destiny. He had the heavy responsibility of nurturing the world tree to support the world. As the real ruler of the untainted land, Hong Jun Taoist was very concerned about the untainted land. Naturally, he understood the importance of the world tree to the untainted land. Therefore, he had personally taken action and sent Feng Zichen into the ultimate so that he could obtain the body of the Chaos Fiend God to nurture the world tree. The so-called revelation of the heavenly Tao was done by Taoist Hong Jun. He was afraid that Feng Zichen would not be able to find the physical body of the Chaos Demon God. Unfortunately, although Feng Zichen felt that something was wrong, he couldn't figure out who was behind it. He could only console himself that this was all because of his heaven-defying luck. At the same time, Daoist Hong Jun had no way of knowing what Feng Zichen had experienced in the chaos. His original intention was to let Feng Zichen obtain the body of the Chaos Fiend God to nurture the world tree. He didn't have much of a plan. Ever since Feng Zichen entered the ultimate, he no longer paid attention to it. How would he know that Feng Zichen's luck was really heaven-defying? With the help of Pangu's aura, he directly went to the chaos to prove his Tao. Daoist Hong Jun didn't expect this. It could only be said that everything was a coincidence. It was Daoist Hong Jun's casual actions that created a series of unexpected events and allowed Feng Zichen to obtain a supreme opportunity. Sigh. A good primordial chaos Tao fruit and a connate cardinal treasure embryo has now become a supreme grade connate spirit treasure. How disappointing. Perhaps his expectations were too high previously. Now that a supreme grade connate spirit treasure was in front of him, Feng Zichen couldn't arouse any interest. He was full of disappointment. The body of the Chaos Fiend God had been destroyed by the power left behind by Pangu. Its value had plummeted. At most, it could cultivate a magic treasure like the 4 great lotus thrones. It couldn't go any further. Now, a supreme grade connate spirit treasure is not of much help to me. It's useless to keep it. I'd better give the body of the Chaos Fiend God to the world tree to devour. After all, the world tree is very important. Not only can it support the untainted land, but it's also where the vitality of the human clan lies. Feng Zichen didn't lack connate spirit treasures. He still had several connate spirit treasures in his hands, which were collecting dust. At present, giving the body of the Chaos Fiend God to the world tree to devour was the best choice to maximize the benefits. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out the Chaos Bead and released the world tree, allowing it to take root in the body of the Chaos Fiend God and absorb his power. Under normal circumstances, with the current strength of Feng Zichen and the world tree, even if the Chaos Fiend God had died, they couldn't get close to him. Otherwise, the remaining aura of the great path of the Chaos Fiend God could kill them in an instant. Unfortunately, the Chaos Fiend God was killed by Pangu, and the remaining power of Pangu in his body caused all his power to be obliterated. That was why the world tree was able to devour his body safely. Connate Taoist connotation. As the world tree kept devouring the body of the Chaos Fiend God, amazing changes took place on its body. The connate Taoist connotation was emitted, and endless runes were flying. The connate Taoist connotation appeared, creating something out of nothing and evolving continuously. It showed Feng Zichen the process of the birth of a connate Taoist connotation. Such a spectacle contained the deepest secrets of the connate Taoist connotation. It could only be seen in the era when the world was first opened and all Taoists were born. At this moment, the same scene appeared on the world tree. Seeing such a scene that he had never seen before, Feng Zichen gradually fell into enlightenment. Haha. I understand now. So this is the foundation of the connate Taoist connotation. The connate sword Taoist connotation has been formed. After this enlightenment, Feng Zichen completely understood the foundation of the Khanate Taoist connotation and the future of the Khanate sword Taoist connotation. He took out the Zichen sword and kept waving it in the void, carving many Khanate Taoist inscriptions. They shone brightly and lit up the void around him. 3,000 years later, Feng Zichen finally stopped his actions. At this moment, the void was full of Khanate Taoist inscriptions. They were densely packed and innumerable. Moreover, these Khanate Taoist inscriptions were of different attributes. Some belonged to the Tao of fire, some belonged to the Tao of space, and some belonged to the Tao of stars. There were all kinds of Taos. They shone brightly and were extremely extraordinary. Khanate sword Taoist connotation, condense. Raising the Zichen sword, Feng Zichen slashed at the Khanate Taoist inscriptions in front of him. This slash contained all of his understanding of the sword Taoist connotation. It was the sword of enlightenment, the sword of establishing Taoism, and the sword of going against the Khanate heaven. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of dazzling sword lights burst out. They carried his understanding of the sword Taoist inscriptions and entangled with the Khanate Taoist inscriptions. They kept colliding and stirring up sparks of wisdom. Chapter 2:15. Bang. 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 Some sword lights dimmed as they were destroyed by the Khanate runes. At the same time, some Khanate runes were destroyed by the sword lights. As the two collided, the sword lights and Khanate runes shattered one after another, causing the void to gradually become empty. Of course, not all of the sword lights and Khanate runes were destroyed in the collision. Among the billions of sword lights, there were always dozens of sword lights that became more and more powerful as they fought, destroying the Khanate runes one after another. As time passed, these dozens of sword lights became more and more powerful. Every time they rotated, they could destroy dozens of Khanate runes. Gradually, miraculous changes took place in their bodies. Khanate Daoist rhymes were born, evolving into an inexplicable power that transformed them into new Khanate runes. These newly born Khanate runes were surrounded by sword lights, sword intent, and sword chi. They were Khanate runes that belonged to the sword Tao. Feng Zichen's sword Tao understanding turned into sword lights that collided with the Khanate runes. Every time they collided, the sword lights would steal a trace of Khanate Tao from the Khanate runes. Even if the sword lights were no match for the Khanate runes and were shattered into pieces, the stolen Khanate Tao would not be destroyed. It would transfer to another sword light and continue to tangle with the Khanate runes. The destruction of countless sword lights created dozens of the most powerful sword lights. While destroying all the Khanate runes, they stole their Khanate Tao and transformed into Khanate runes that belonged to the sword Tao. The battle between the sword lights and the Khanate runes lasted for 1,000 years before the sword lights won and ended. At this moment, there were 81 Khanate runes that belonged to the sword Tao floating in front of Feng Zichen. They were the cornerstones of the Khanate sword Tao. From the process of the birth of the Khanate Tao, Feng Zichen understood its structure and how to establish the Khanate sword Tao. Every Khanate Tao was made up of a corresponding Khanate rune. It could be said that the Khanate runes were the cornerstones of everything. If the Khanate sword Tao wanted to be born, it had to have its own Khanate runes. That was the reason for the previous scene. Pointing at the 81 innate runes, Feng Zichen's magic power surged out, causing them to rotate in an inexplicable trajectory, gradually forming the shape of a long sword. With a wave of his hand, Feng Zichen took the sword into his hand. He calmed his mind and began to recall everything he had experienced in the way of the sword. All kinds of thoughts surged in his mind, causing a powerful sword will to emerge from Feng Zichen's body. It was as if it was about to break out and cut off all shackles, opening a path for all beings to transcend. Innate sword Tao, go! With a loud roar, Feng Zichen poured all of his sword intent into the long sword in his hand and slashed it forward. Suddenly, the aura of the great path surged, unfamiliar and powerful. This was an aura that had never appeared before in the great desolate Aeon. The moment it appeared, it swept through the entire sinkhole, setting off a massive nirvana tide. Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's sword, even the void of the sinkhole was collapsing, revealing a terrifying scene. It was a scene of doomsday. Buzz. Wang. Wang. A sword hum sounded. It was the long sword in Feng Zichen's hand that was trembling slightly, releasing excitement as if it was happy for its birth. This sword was the incarnation of the Khanate sword Dao. Under that sword, the Khanate runes that belonged to the sword Dao were connected to each other and constantly combined, evolving the power of the great Dao and finally forming the Khanate sword Dao. Suddenly, the long sword that was formed by the sword Dao trembled violently in Feng Zichen's hand. At the same time, hazy thoughts entered his sea of consciousness, constantly urging him to leave the sinkhole. There's no hurry. When I leave the sinkhole, you can complete the last step and become a true Khanate Dao. Feng Zichen said as he gently stroked the sword of the sword Dao and calmed it down. Although the Khanate sword Dao had been formed, it had not verified with the primordial world, nor had it merged with the myriad Dao, nor had it obtained the recognition of the heavenly Dao. Therefore, it could not be considered to be truly perfected. It was still one step away. Only by obtaining the recognition of the heavenly Dao and embedding it in the origin of the world and becoming the cornerstone of the primordial world could it be completely perfected. However, this place was the sinkhole, isolated from all contact with the outside world. If the Khanate sword Dao wanted to be perfected, he had to leave this place. Of course, it was also thanks to this place being the sinkhole that Feng Zichen was safe and sound. Otherwise, the moment he established the Khanate sword Dao, the heavenly punishment would descend and test the Khanate sword Dao. If he passed it, he would survive. If he failed, he would be destroyed. According to the judgment of the two sacred beasts, the black tortoise and white tiger, the power of the heavenly punishment was at least at the sage-to-be level. The chances of Feng Zichen passing it were slim. Daluo was a magical realm. It included the sage-to-be and Daluo Jingxian realms. The difference in strength between the Daluo Jingxian realms could be as great as the sky and earth. It was even greater than the gap between the Khanate and Tai Jingxian realms. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen and Dong Huang Tai should be in the same realm. However, Dong Huang Tai could crush Feng Zichen to death with just a thought. The gap between the Daluo and Daluo was obvious. It was precisely because the gap between the Daluo Jingxian realms was too great that the sage-to-be realm appeared. Those who were still cultivating the three flowers were Daluo Jingxian. Those who had begun to transcend the river of time and space were sage-to-be. Daoist Hongjun divided the realms in this way. With the strength of the Daluo Jingxian, he was no match for a sage-to-be unless he had a Khanate cardinal treasure. Feng Zichen had just attained the Daluo Jingxian realm. None of the three flowers had bloomed. Although he was not at the bottom, he was not far from it. How could he fight against the sage-to-be heavenly punishment? The sinkhole is really a treasure land for me. Thinking of the benefits he had obtained in the sinkhole, Feng Zichen sighed. He no longer despised the sinkhole for being the garbage dump of the primordial world. Although this place is filthy, it is also an important part of the cycle of the primordial world. It will definitely be of great use in the future. I have to think of a way to occupy this place. If the sinkhole did not expel the waste gas of the primordial world, who knew what the current primordial world would be like? Moreover, the sinkhole was the final land of the universe, the graveyard of all worlds. Perhaps nothing could be seen now, but in the future, when the primordial world developed to its peak, countless worlds would be born and destroyed every day. Then, there would be a large number of broken worlds gathered here, giving birth to great opportunities and great creations. However, nothing exists in the sinkhole. It will be a little troublesome to control this place. The best way to control the sinkhole was to use the sinkhole's origin to refine an innate god-fiend clone. However, in the sinkhole situation, there was no possibility of any life being born, not even its origin. After thinking for a moment, Feng Zichen flipped his hand and took out a white lotus seed. This was the seed of the world-cleansing white lotus. Chapter 2:16. The world-cleansing white lotus contained the Tao of world cleansing and could purify all the filthy qi in the world. The ultimate ruins was the largest gathering place of filthy qi in the primordial world. If he planted the lotus here, it might have unexpected effects. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen waved his hand and threw the world-cleansing lotus seed into a sticky liquid. The liquid was black, sticky, and constantly squirming. It also emitted a foul smell and was extremely filthy, making one feel disgusted just by looking at it. The world-cleansing lotus seed was different. It was pure white and crystal clear. It emitted a milky white light, making it look noble and holy. It grew from mud but was not tainted. It cleansed the lotus but was not a demon. That was the best description of the world-cleansing white lotus at that moment. The world-cleansing lotus seed fell into the sticky liquid. Not only was it not tainted, but it also emitted a dazzling white light and absorbed all the liquid, turning it into nutrients for its own growth. In a short while, the world-cleansing lotus seed had absorbed all the sticky liquid. After absorbing the energy, the purifying lotus seed began to change as well. Crack. Along with the vigorous vitality, the world-cleansing lotus seed cracked open and grew roots. A tender shoot poked out, surrounded by divine light. As the tender shoot swayed, wisps of creation chi droplets fell down, forming a small milky white pool beside it. That was the creation spiritual liquid, formed by highly condensed creation chi. That was the ability of the world-cleansing white lotus. It could purify all the filthy chi and turn it into the purest creation chi. It's working. Seeing that the world-cleansing white lotus was effective, Feng Zichen could not help but be overjoyed. Then, he took out 23 more lotus seeds of the world-cleansing white lotus and scattered them in front of him. He did not lack the lotus seeds of the world-cleansing white lotus. On Penglai Island, there was a pond of world-cleansing white lotus growing and bearing many lotus seeds. Of course, the lotus seeds borne by the world-cleansing white lotus were naturally not as effective as the lotus seeds borne by the main body. Most of the lotus seeds could only be used as connate spiritual herbs and could not grow into connate spiritual treasures. Only the first 36 lotus seeds had connate Daoist rhymes and could grow into connate spiritual treasures. Moreover, the most powerful quintessence amongst them was only a mid-grade natural spirit treasure at its limit, and it was truly unable to be of great use. However, this item was not bad as a gift. Therefore, Feng Zichen took 24 lotus seeds and kept them with him. He was going to give them to the human prodigies when the time was right. Who would have thought that before this item was even given away, it would come in handy here? Instantly, world-cleansing white lotuses were born one after another in the void. There was a total of 24 lotuses that were noble and pure, and they emitted a gentle and warm divine light of creation. After that, the divine light of creation joined together and purified the filthy chi that enveloped it, turning it into creation chi. He had forcefully opened up a pure land in the dead land of the sinkhole. Like a ray of light in the dark night, these sparkling lands of creation filled with vitality were unusually conspicuous in the gloomy and deathly silent ultimate. As if sensing the abnormality here, the chi of destiny in the ultimate boiled and set off a huge tide that surged toward the world-cleansing white lotuses in an attempt to destroy them. Although the world-cleansing white lotuses were extraordinary, their power was still too insignificant compared to the power of the entire ultimate. They could not be compared at all. Under the attack of the nirvana tide, the divine light of creation shattered one after another, and the creation chi that had just been born was obliterated by the land of destiny. Even the world-cleansing white lotuses were shaken and would be destroyed at any time. Go, world tree. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen pointed at the world tree and guided the world origin from its body into the world-cleansing white lotuses to accelerate their growth. The physical body of the chaos demon god contained enormous power. Even if the world tree could not refine it completely, just a part of it was enough to transform it and give birth to world origin. Buzz. With the help of the world origin, the world-cleansing white lotuses trembled violently. They grew faster and taller, producing lotus leaves and flower buds. Finally, they bloomed into sixth-grade flowers. In an instant, 24 sixth-grade world-cleansing white lotuses shone together and emitted a fragrance. The divine light of creation shone brightly and carried mysterious runes, forming an illusory image of a 12th-grade world-cleansing white lotus in the air. A vast power descended and blocked the final land that was constantly surging over. It stabilized their swaying bodies and firmly rooted them in the ultimate. The divine light of creation gathered again and formed an even stronger creation space. However, after learning from the previous lesson, the space this time was extremely small and only had a radius of 10,000 miles. It was many times more stable than before. Not bad. Although this place is small, it is like a nail firmly nailed into the ultimate. It will lay a firm foundation for me to control the ultimate in the future. Looking at the creation space in front of him, Feng Zichen was overjoyed and said happily. As time passed, the power of the world-cleansing white lotuses would grow stronger and the range of the creation space would also expand. One day, it would grow to the point where it could affect the entire ultimate. Not only that, Feng Zichen also planned to find a time to transplant the pond of world-cleansing white lotuses from Penglai Island to the ultimate. At that time, hundreds of world-cleansing white lotuses would work together and the speed of purifying the ultimate would be greatly increased. Moreover, purifying the ultimate had other benefits. The filthy aura in the ultimate might be harmful to others and would not be willing to get close to it. However, it was the best tonic for the world-cleansing white lotuses. After absorbing it for a long time, it could improve their connate origins and obtain a chance to advance. The world-cleansing white lotuses also reduced the pressure on the ultimate and delayed the arrival of the universe's decline. The primordial universe was not unchanging. They had their own calamities as well. Beginning, prosperity, and decline. These three stages were a process that the development of the world had to go through. Now, the primordial world was at the beginning of its prosperity. Therefore, the laws of heaven and earth were abnormally active. Daoist Jingxian emerged endlessly and quasi-sage experts were not rare. However, as the world developed, it would inevitably enter a period of decline. At that time, the ultimate would erupt. The aura of the end would sweep through the entire world and bring about the apocalypse of the universe. The world-cleansing white lotuses purified the filthy aura, reduced the pressure on the ultimate, and delayed the arrival of the apocalypse of the universe. They would definitely be favored by the primordial world and have great benefits. Boom! Just as Feng Zichen was looking forward to the future, a change occurred in the ultimate. A vast power reward surrounded the creation space. The abnormality here finally attracted the attention of the ultimate's will. He looked over here. At that moment, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little nervous. He, who had briefly become the master of the ultimate, knew how terrifying the ultimate's will was. If he wanted to destroy the world-cleansing white lotuses, even the 12th grade world-cleansing white lotuses would not be able to stop him, let alone these middle-grade connate numinous treasures in front of him. Chapter 217. However, the next action of the sinkholes was somewhat beyond Feng Zichen's expectations. In the void, the heaven and earth origin energy fell and surged into the world-cleansing white lotus. It enhanced their connate origin energy and improved their grade. They grew a 7th petal and turned into a 7th grade lotus platform. The heaven and earth origin energy that fell from the void was the origin energy of the sinkhole. After the sinkholes descended, not only did it not destroy the world-cleansing white lotus, it even consumed its own origin energy to help the world-cleansing white lotus grow. Feng Zichen could not help but feel puzzled by this unusual behavior. What's going on? Just as Feng Zichen was pondering, the world-cleansing white lotus grew another petal and became an 8th grade lotus platform. But even so, the sinkhole's origin energy still showed no signs of stopping. Impressive. Although he did not understand the current situation, it did not stop Feng Zichen from being happy. Seeing the world-cleansing white lotus grow stronger and stronger, as its owner, how could he not be happy? After waiting for a few more years, the sinkholes finally stopped instilling origin energy and slowly faded. And at that moment, among the 24 world-cleansing white lotuses, 3 of them bloomed 9th grade flowers and advanced to superior grade connate numinous treasures. Especially the world-cleansing white lotus at the beginning, it had undergone a shocking change. Apart from the power of world cleansing, there was also the aura of the sinkhole surging in its body. Its color had also become half black and half white, looking extremely strange. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover that the 10th petal had already appeared on its body. It would not take long for it to grow out. If this continues, this world-cleansing white lotus will probably become the sinkhole black lotus. Probing the body of the world-cleansing white lotus with spiritual force, Feng Zichen discovered that its connate origin energy had already transformed into the Tao of the sinkhole. If there came a day when this lotus could grow 12 petals and become a 12th grade lotus platform, it would advance to a supreme grade connate numinous treasure. Its purification Tao would completely transform into the Tao of the sinkhole and become the sinkhole's supreme treasure, the 12th grade sinkhole black lotus. Rumble. The power of the world-cleansing white lotus increased greatly, causing the creation space to expand. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from a radius of 10,000 li to a radius of 1,000,000 li. Furthermore, the creation space had obtained the approval of the Ultimate's will and had completely merged with it. It had become an indispensable part of the Ultimate and would no longer be attacked by the final Qi. As the creation space calmed down, a feeling of completeness suddenly came from within the Ultimate. It was as if the Ultimate had not been complete before. Then, a feeling of joy spread through the void. Clearly, the sinkhole will was very excited. Perfect. Could it be, the sinkhole from before was not complete? The sense of completeness that came from the sinkhole piqued Feng Zichen's curiosity. As a magical place created by Pangu's body, it was actually not perfect. This was a bit strange. Taking advantage of the turmoil in the sinkhole, Feng Zichen activated the Tao of the stars and created the river of time and space. He traced the past and future and explored the secrets of the sinkhole. I see. After a moment, Feng Zichen retracted his spirit consciousness. He was already clear about the changes in the sinkhole. As the saying goes, things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Since the creation of the primordial world, the sinkhole had accumulated an unknown amount of foul qi and should have long given birth to a creation opportunity. However, the Chaos Fian Celestial's corpse fell here and forcefully shattered the creation opportunity of the sinkhole, causing a flaw to appear in the sinkhole. Even after countless years, it could not be repaired and could not be perfected. The appearance of the creation space allowed the sinkhole's will to see an opportunity to make up for the flaw. That was why it took the initiative to help the world-cleansing white lotus to create the creation space and return it to perfection. At that moment, the creation space had changed drastically, turning into a gigantic lake with milky white creation liquid flowing inside. In the center of the lake grew 24 world-cleansing white lotuses. As the lotuses swayed, they emitted a fragrance and absorbed the power of the sinkhole from all directions, converting it into creation spirit liquid that flowed into the lake and strengthened it continuously. Is a connate god fiend about to be born in the sinkhole? In the center of the lake, there were two weak life auras that attracted Feng Zichen's attention. Walking forward, Feng Zichen saw that two illusory connate Tao embryos had suddenly appeared on the half-black and half-white world-cleansing white lotus. One was black and one was white, displaying the Tao of the sinkhole. The black connate Tao embryo had the aura of finality surging around it. Clearly, it had inherited the characteristics of the sinkhole's finality. The white connate Tao embryo was surrounded by the power of creation. It was pure and flawless. Creation that was born from destruction symbolized hope and was the embodiment of the other side of the sinkhole. It's really the will of the heavens. I was still thinking about how to control the sinkhole and now the opportunity has come. Looking at the connate Tao embryo, Feng Zichen's mind stirred. A wisp of great Tao imprint flew out and fused into the black connate Tao embryo, wanting to refine it into an avatar. Now, he was an expert on the level of Daoist Jingxian. Refining an avatar was naturally not as troublesome as before. A wisp of great Tao imprint was enough. The connate Tao embryo had yet to be completely formed. There was only a ball of connate origin inside. It had not even developed a consciousness. Facing Feng Zichen's refinement, how could it resist? It was easily refined by him and became one of his avatars. Looking at the white connate Tao embryo, Feng Zichen dismissed the plan of refining it into an avatar. This was because refining one connate Tao embryo was already the limit of the sinkhole's will. If he continued to refine a second one, the sinkholes would explode on the spot and fight him to the death. Forget it. One Khanate Dao embryo is enough. Leave a way out when doing things so that we can meet in the future. I will have to deal with the sinkhole in the future. If I offend him, I will be in big trouble. If not for the fact that he was the owner of the White Lotus of Purification, Feng Zichen believed that the sinkholes would have destroyed him the moment he refined the Khanate Dao embryo. Now, the sinkholes was afraid of breaking the vases. He was afraid that Feng Zichen would take away the White Lotus of Purification and cause him to fall from a perfect state. Therefore, when Feng Zichen refined the black Khanate Dao embryo, he turned a blind eye and treated it as a reward for Feng Zichen. However, if Feng Zichen went overboard and touched the bottom line of the sinkhole's will, he would definitely make Feng Zichen pay the price. Now that the sinkhole's origin is greatly damaged, who knows how long it will take for them to be born with these two Khanate Dao embryos. I have to help them. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen used his mystical abilities and continued to trigger the world's origin from the world tree to nurture the Khanate Dao embryo. Of course, in order to express his goodwill to the sinkhole, Feng Zichen treated them equally and let the two Khanate Dao embryos enjoy the same treatment. He did not show any favoritism. After doing all that, Feng Zichen returned to the world tree. As he waited for the world tree to finish devouring the Chaos Fiend Celestial's body, he honed his Khanate Sword Dao. After leaving the sinkhole, the Khanate Sword Dao would appear in the primordial world for the first time. He could not lose the limelight. Chapter 218. Clang. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground woke Feng Zichen up from his cultivation. What's this? Opening his eyes, Feng Zichen saw a small piece of jade on the ground below the Chaos Fiend God. Obviously, this piece of jade had fallen from him. Although this piece of jade was called a small piece, it was actually not small. It was about 100,000 feet tall. It was just that the Chaos Fiend God next to it was too huge, which made it look extremely small. This jade was purple, and there was a faint purple flow, revealing a noble aura. There were also thousands of Daoists surrounding it, as if it was the sect of the great Dao and the master of all Daoists, which could suppress the universe, the past, and the future. It's Pangu's aura. From this piece of purple jade, Feng Zichen felt a familiar aura. It was Pangu's aura. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but shake his body and transform into 1,000,000 feet high to take a closer look at the purple jade. Sure enough. After his body grew bigger, Feng Zichen looked at the purple jade again. He then had a panoramic view of its size and made a different discovery. The more he looked at the shape of the purple jade, the more it looked like a phalanx. When he compared it with his own phalanx, he found that there were indeed similarities. In this way, Feng Zichen was sure. This purple jade was a phalanx of Pangu. One had to know that Feng Zichen's physical body was originally modeled after Pangu's Taoist body. Its internal structure and shape were roughly similar to Pangu's Taoist body, only the details were different. This purple jade was more than 80% similar to Feng Zichen's phalanx. Moreover, this jade contained the pure aura of Pangu. Its origin was self-evident. No wonder this Chaos Fiend God died so thoroughly that even his physical body was almost destroyed. It turns out that between his eyebrows, there is a section of Pangu's finger bone that is constantly releasing power and obliterating everything about him. At first, Feng Zichen was still puzzled. Although Pangu was strong, the Chaos Fiend God was not weak either. How could Pangu's remaining power maintain such a powerful force and constantly destroy the body of the Chaos Demon God after so many years? Now, after seeing Pangu's finger bone, Feng Zichen understood everything. With this item, Pangu's power would be endless. What a great fortune! What a great opportunity! After the shock, Feng Zichen's heart was filled with excitement. In the untainted land, anything that had something to do with Pangu was a good thing. They could be favored by the heavens and earth and had great luck. What's more, this was Pangu's finger bone. If this item was not used to kill the Chaos Fiend God but fell into the untainted land, it would most likely give birth to intelligence and turn into a Khanate Fiend God, becoming a powerful expert in the untainted land. However, that was when Pangu's finger bone was in its peak state. Now, it did not have this ability. After fighting with the Chaos Fiend God for so many years, the body of the Chaos Fiend God was almost destroyed. Pangu's finger bone was also consumed. Its origin had long been exhausted, and its charm of the great Tao was almost gone. Only the hard bone body was still the same. Still, if Pangu's finger bone was still in its peak state, it would have been taken by Hongjun long ago. It had been taken away by Hongjun Daoist many years ago. How could it be left for Zichen? However, as long as Pangu's finger bone was not completely destroyed, it was still a treasure of the untainted land and would be of great use to Zichen. Pangu's finger bone was one of Pangu's body parts. It naturally occupied a portion of the connate luck of the untainted land. Daoist Hongjun might not care about this bit of luck, but Zichen did. As long as this item was enshrined in the ancestral temple of the human race, it would be blessed by the connate luck. It could also suppress the luck of the human race and protect the human race from extinguishing. It could also be favored by heaven and earth and give birth to more geniuses. Therefore, Pangu's finger bone had a great symbolic meaning in addition to its practical significance. First, he released the aura of Pangu's Tao body with all his strength. Then, he activated the connate merit in his body. Zichen tried to make his aura as close as possible to Pangu. Only then did he walk forward and grab Pangu's finger bone. Perhaps it was the aura of Pangu on Zichen's body that worked. Pangu's finger bone was held in his hand without any resistance. Suddenly, a purple light bloomed. An extremely ancient picture came out of Pangu's finger bone and poured into Zichen's sea of consciousness. That was the picture when heaven and earth were first created. At the beginning of the untainted land, Pangu was exhausted and fell down. When his body turned into all things, a demon god of chaos suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of Pangu's weakness, he attacked the untainted land crazily, trying to destroy this world and recreate the chaos. At that time, Pangu's flesh and blood had all melted, leaving only a skeleton. He raised his right hand and pointed at the demon god of chaos's forehead. Even at this time, Pangu's trend of turning into all things did not weaken. Instead, it became more serious. He had just used all his remaining strength to kill the demon god of chaos. Before he could retract his arm, his skeleton scattered and merged into the untainted land. One of the finger bones stayed in the demon god of chaos's forehead and fell to the bottom of the ultimate with him. This demon god of chaos really doesn't know what's good for him. It was not easy to survive the heaven-splitting tribulation, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. Instead of going to the depths of the chaos to heal his injuries, he went to the untainted land to die. What a fool. The heaven-splitting tribulation was so terrifying that even the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, who was known as the primordial chaos and was indestructible and eternal, had fallen many times. Even the existences above the primordial chaos had fallen in the tribulation. It could be said to be the most widespread, most profound, and most powerful tribulation in history. That demon god of chaos could survive this tribulation. It was a good fortune that he could not ask for. But he went to die with all his heart, which made people a little speechless. Perhaps Pangu's exhaustion gave him great confidence, which made him do such an unwise thing. At the end of the cultivation, the gap of a line was the gap between heaven and earth. It was unreachable. Why didn't that demon god of chaos understand? For example, Hongjun Daoist was now seriously injured and dying. If he appeared in front of Zichen, he would definitely not dare to attack. The gap between him and Hongjun Daoist could no longer be described in words. Even if Hongjun Daoist lay still and let Zichen attack him for years, he would not be hurt at all. They were not creatures of the same dimension. It was already a great fortune to be able to touch him, let alone hurt him. And that was the gap between demon god of chaos and Pangu. However, if it wasn't for that, how could I have the opportunity today? If demon god of chaos had run away at that time, this opportunity would have been gone. Putting away Pangu's finger bones, Zichen turned around and looked at the tree of world. At this time, the body of demon god of chaos had been completely swallowed by it. Because of this, the tree of world had undergone an amazing transformation. The height of the tree was immeasurable, and the size of the tree crown was unknown. The size of the tree of world had touched the concept of size. Chapter 219. Now, the tree of world finally has the power to support the world. After looking at the tree of world for a while, Feng Zichen nodded satisfactorily. The tree of world's origin had surpassed most sage-to-be experts and was infinitely close to Daoist Jingxian. When it reached a level comparable to a sage, it could try to replace Mount Buzhou and support the eldritch world. Moreover, the changes of the tree of world were not limited to that. Khanate Daoist manifested on its body and hundreds of millions of Daoists surrounded it. It was clearly visible and shocking. Just one look at it could enlighten people. It was like a carrier of the great Tao in the world and could receive the great Tao. It was as if one could reach the end of the great Tao by following its branches and climbing up. No, it was not as if. It was real. If someone could withstand the boundless pressure and reach the top of the tree of world, they would immediately become Daoist Jingxian without any repercussions. If the tree of world went one step further and reached its crown, they would be enlightened by the great Tao and save hundreds of millions of years of cultivation. They would directly become Daoist Jingxian. It was like reaching the sky in one step. Is this the true power of the chaos spiritual root? It's indeed much more powerful than the Khanate spiritual root. Reaching the crown of the tree of world would make one Daoist Jingxian. There was nothing in the eldritch world that could compare to the tree of world. That's right. Only such a treasure could support the eldritch world. Otherwise, if it was a Khanate spiritual root, it would be crushed by the eldritch world's weight. Feng Zichen stopped paying attention to the tree of world and looked at the 3,000 sectors. That was where the survival of the human race was. Countless light balls surrounded the tree of world. They were magnificent and had endless Daoist rhymes flowing around them. Among them, the 3,000 sectors were the most dazzling and had the densest Daoist rhymes. These were the 3,000 sectors. They were the worlds formed by the origin of the eldritch world and the chaos chi. They were the associated worlds of the eldritch world. According to the normal course of history, after the shaman tribulation, these sectors absorbed the fragments of the eldritch world and were born. After that, at the end of the investiture of the gods' tribulation, the 5 sages fought and completely shattered the primitive world. The fragments of heaven and earth flowed towards the millions of small, medium and large worlds, causing them to evolve completely. Finally, after the journey to the West Calamity. After a long period of development, these large, medium, and small kiliacosms had already possessed a certain level of strength. Only then did they gradually begin to connect with the primordial world. But now, with the help of the tree of world, more than a dozen worlds had been born among the 3,000 sectors, and more worlds were about to be born. Compared to the normal speed, it was an entire aeon ahead of time. What happened? I can only look, but not enter. Seeing the birth of the great thousand realms, Feng Zichen casually picked one and stepped forward, intending to enter the great thousand realms to search for opportunities. However, there was a mysterious force that came and blocked him from the world, not allowing him to take a step forward. At the same time, the great thousand world that he was about to enter had also changed. The will of the world descended. It was incomparably vast, and the entire world was shaking, emitting a terrifying force that was ready to move. It seemed that as long as Feng Zichen dared to take a step forward, this force would attack him and kill him at all costs. Is it because I'm too powerful? A message appeared in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, allowing him to understand the reason for this change. The world had just been born, and the world had not yet stabilized. The rules of the Great Path were not yet perfect, and the entire world was extremely fragile. If he was not careful, he would be in danger of being destroyed. Daoist Jingxian was an existence that had achieved the Great Path. Its essence was already comparable to the Great Thousand Realms. Even if it was not as good as the Great Thousand Realms, the difference would not be too great. If such an existence rashly stepped into the new world, the aura of the great path that he carried would inevitably conflict with the great path that was born in the world itself. At that time, the already unstable world would be impacted by the great path. If it triggered a riot of the laws of heaven and earth. Even if the world was not destroyed, its origin would be greatly damaged, and its grade would drop. Although the probability of this happening was very small, almost none. As long as Daoist Jingxian withdrew his strength with all his might, he could put an end to this. However, every great thousand world was a treasure of the primordial world. It was of great help to the evolution of the great path. Even if there was a slight possibility, the great path had to put an end to it. Therefore, in order to protect the new great thousand world, the great path would never allow Daoist Jingxian to step into it. At the very least, before the great thousand world stabilized, this situation would continue. Not only that, when the great thousand world was just born, the will of the world was hazy, and it did not have a clear understanding of things. Once it sensed a threat, it would definitely go all out and destroy everything that could threaten it. Even if there was no obstruction from the great path, as soon as Feng Zichen approached the great thousand world, what awaited him would probably be the full force of the world. It's fine if Daoist Jingxian can't enter. Anyway, there aren't many Daoist Jingxian in the human race. Moreover, this path of retreat is not prepared for Daoist Jingxian, but for those outstanding clansmen. As long as the clansmen can enter, there won't be a problem. Feng Zichen did not insist that he could not enter the Great Thousand World. No matter how good the opportunities of the Great Thousand World were, how could they compare to the opportunities of the primordial world? Previously, he wanted to enter because he was curious. However, if I can't enter, there's no harm in taking a look in advance. Finally, he was a little curious. Feng Zichen released his spiritual will and looked at the Great Thousand World from afar. With just a glance, everything in that world was reflected in Feng Zichen's eyes. It was an ancient world with mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and stars. It was somewhat similar to the primordial world, but it was far from as vast as the primordial world. Even Mount Kunlun and Mount Meru were larger than this world. In fact, the essence of any of the primordial world's main stars far surpassed this world. This Great Thousand World is also, after getting used to the scenery of the primordial world, Feng Zichen felt that this world was extremely small and could not help but feel a little disappointed. As he continued looking, Feng Zichen discovered the aura of 6 lives. These were the Khanate god fiends born in this world. In terms of the origin of this world, at most, 9 Khanate god fiends could be born. Any more and it would hurt the origin of the world. In this aspect, it was far from being comparable to the primordial world. That was because not to mention 9 Khanate god fiends, even if there were 9,000 or 90,000 Khanate god fiends, there might not be any in the primordial world. From this, it can be seen that the origin of the primordial world is really thick beyond imagination. The strength of the great Taoist priest's Pangu is really powerful. The more he knew, the more he understood how powerful Pangu was. Chapter 220. Is this the great wide world? It's a little disappointing. Feng Zichen retracted his divine sense and sighed. After observing for a period of time, he discovered that the origin of the great wide world was limited. The upper limit had been fixed, and Daoist Jingxian was its limit. In other words, Daoist Jingxian was the limit of cultivation in the great wide world. There was no possibility of attaining the primordial chaos. If he wanted to take a step forward, he had to leave this world, go to the primordial world, or rush to the chaos. Compared to the primordial world, the billions of worlds were just dust. In the primordial world, countless Daoist Jingxian and stronger primordial chaos experts could be born. There were even existences above the primordial chaos. That was because the primordial world was a world formed by Pangu when he broke through the origin of the chaos. After it was created, it absorbed the origin of Pangu and many chaos demon gods. That was why the primordial world was so powerful. In order to take a step forward and attain the great Tao, Pangu broke through to an indescribable realm. Thus, he broke through the origin of the chaos and created the primordial world to verify his great Tao. The origin of the chaos was damaged, and the 3,000 chaos demon gods were affected. They woke up from their cultivation and rushed to the depths of the chaos to stop Pangu from creating a world. After a great battle, the 3,000 chaos demon gods and Pangu died one after another. The primordial world became the final winner and obtained the greatest benefits. It created the current grand situation of the primordial world. There were as many Daoist Jingxian as there were dogs, and there were sage-to-be experts everywhere. The establishment of the primordial world was unique and could not be replicated. It was also the greatest creation in the entire chaos. That was because there was no second Pangu and 3,000 chaos demon gods in the entire chaos. Not to mention, they had to integrate their origin into a world. Being born in the primordial world is also a kind of opportunity. In the end, Feng Zichen sighed. Compared to the creatures born in the great wide world, the creatures of the primordial world were undoubtedly lucky. They were born knowing that there was a quasi-sage above Daoist Jingxian, primordial chaos above quasi-sage, and even more powerful realms above primordial chaos. They did not have to worry about the path ahead being cut off because there was no upper limit to the primordial world. There were infinite possibilities. Daoist Jingxian was the end of all living beings in the vast thousand domains. Moreover, the world's origin was limited, so the number of Daoist Jingxian was also limited. The predecessors had proven their Dao before. No matter how peerless their talents were, no matter how stunning the future generations were, there was no Dao that could be proven. It was truly despairing. Therefore, it was a great opportunity to be born in the primordial world. At the starting line, they already had the advantage. However, this is also good. Compared to the primeval age, the greater Kiliacosm is definitely much safer and more suitable for the postnatal human race to survive. When a world's origin was weak, the power of the laws of heaven and earth would also weaken accordingly. Perhaps the human race would be like fish in water in the great wide world. On the eve of the massacre tribulation, I will find an opportunity to send some of my people to the great thousand world to wait for the future. After secretly making up his mind, Feng Zichen waved his hand and took back the world tree. He turned around and flew up. He had stayed in the void end for quite some time. It was time to return to the primordial world. After all, there were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in the primordial world. Of course, more importantly, although the Khanate sword Dao had been condensed, it still needed to be verified with heaven and earth and imprinted in the primordial world's origin before it could be considered complete. Whoosh whoosh, the void end was a huge whirlpool. Only then could it release endless suction force and suck in all the waste gas and impure air in the primordial world and sink to the bottom of the void end. It was also because of this that it was easy to enter the void end but difficult to leave. If one wanted to leave the void end, one could only use powerful strength to resist the omnipresent suction force of the void end and go against the flow. However, Feng Zichen was not one of them. As soon as he made his move, the void suddenly changed. A passage appeared that led to the outside world. It was the will of the void end that had descended and taken the initiative to send him away. If such treatment were to spread, countless people would be envious. Thank you. With a loud laugh, Feng Zichen walked into the passageway and left the void end. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years have passed. Time really flies. Above the North Sea, Feng Zichen calculated with his fingers and knew that 20,000 years had passed since he fell into the void end. However, these 20,000 years were worth it. Thinking back to his experiences in the past 20,000 years, Feng Zichen was filled with excitement. He headed to the chaos and successfully attained the Dao of Daoist Jingxian. He obtained the recognition of the great Dao and became a Khanate god fiend. He devoured the body of the chaos fiend celestial and caused the world tree to transform. He successfully condensed the Khanate sword Dao and added another Khanate Dao to the primordial world. He could obtain the favor of heaven and earth and become a Khanate Dao ancestor. He obtained Pangu's finger bone and could suppress the destiny of the human race. He refined the void and Dao embryo and obtained a Khanate god fiend avatar. He had laid a firm foundation for controlling the void end in the future. Each of these fortuitous encounters alone was enough to shock the world. Furthermore, there were so many shocking opportunities stacked together. It was an opportunity that others could not even dream of. Of course, among these opportunities, apart from Wuxia Xianxia, who had successfully attained the Tao, it was most important to obtain the recognition of the great Tao and be bestowed a divine name. Pangu's Zichen clan. This name wasn't just for show. It contained boundless meaning, great opportunities, great creation, and great luck. Pangu, the founder of the primordial world, could be said to be the father of all things. In the primordial world, anything related to him would be protected by heaven and earth. They would not be blessed and would have long luck. Before his name, he had the name Pangu. In the primordial world, it represented the authentic Pangu. Just like the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral magi, they had an incomparably noble status and incomparable luck. Moreover, Feng Zichen's identity was recognized by the great Tao. Apart from the Pangu, no one could deny it. His status had risen from the lowest postnatal life form of the primordial world to the top connate saint of the primordial world. Moreover, he had inherited the name of Pangu. With this identity, Feng Zichen would not dare to be arrogant when he walked in the primordial world in the future. He would have to address him as fellow Daoist Zichen to show his respect for Pangu. If the current Feng Zichen went to the west, Daoist Juan Ti would not dare to forcefully bring him back to Mount Meru like before. That way, he would be hated by heaven and earth and his luck would be damaged. With the importance that the Western saints placed on luck, they would not do anything that damaged their luck unless they had no choice. This identity can be considered the top second generation of the primordial world. Thinking of the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral magi, Feng Zichen was a little excited. They were the top figures in the primordial world, existences that could do anything they wanted. With this identity and his trump card, Feng Zichen's future would definitely not be inferior to theirs. Why think so much? Now, it's more important to prove the sword Tao. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said. Chapter 221. Above the North Sea, Feng Zichen held the Zichen sword in his hand and engraved 81 connate runes in the void, which were shining brightly. The runes were surrounded by connate Taoist rhymes and were surrounded by sword intent. They were runes that belonged to the connate sword Tao and were the cornerstone of it. When all 81 connate runes were born, Feng Zichen suddenly raised the Zichen sword in his hand and announced to the sky, heavens. Today, the Pangu Zichen clan has peeped into the secrets of the great Tao and created another connate Tao apart from the connate Tao. It's called the sword Tao. Today, I want to establish the sword Tao, integrate the sword theory of the primitive world, set the general outline of the sword Tao, and write the connate sword pattern. I want to establish another path of transcendence for all living beings and add another connate Tao to the world. This will stabilize the primitive world and strengthen the origin of the world so that all living beings can transcend and the evolution of the heavenly Tao can accelerate. All living beings in the primitive world, regardless of whether they have money or not, can cultivate this Tao as long as they have the heart to seek the sword. Today, I follow the heavens and answer the Tao. I use the connate spiritual treasure Zichen sword to carry the connate sword Tao and turn it into a Tao inheriting weapon to gather the boundless luck of the sword Tao. Heaven and earth bear witness. Connate sword Tao, establish. As soon as he finished speaking, the world changed color and the entire North Sea dimmed. A terrifying force appeared above the North Sea and kept surging majestically, shocking the entire primitive world. This was the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Someone actually went against the heavens and transformed an acquired object into a connate chi object. It was really unforgivable. Rumble. Hiss. The reaction of the heavenly Tao is so strong. Feng Zichen said in shock as he suppressed the discomfort in his body. He was already Wuxia Xianxia and his body was comparable to a connate spiritual treasure. However, his chi and blood were tumbling and his consciousness sea was turbulent with just a rumble of thunder. He was almost injured. If the real heavenly punishment struck down, it would be terrible. A thunderbolt would probably take half of his life. This divine punishment was definitely not at the level of Wuxia Xianxia. It was specially prepared for sage-to-be experts. North Sea, what happened? Why would the heavenly Tao be so furious? Feeling the vast power of the heavenly Tao, many powerful cultivators looked towards the North Sea, wanting to see what had caused the heavenly Tao to be enraged and send down heavenly punishment. However, the power of the way of the heavens enveloped the entire North Sea, blocking the vision of the great adepts. For a moment, they were unable to see what was happening in the North Sea. The North Sea is Kunpeng's territory. Does this have something to do with him? Not necessarily. A few years ago, Zenyuanzi went to the North Sea to look for the Kunpeng. He has been fighting with the Kunpeng in the North Sea and hasn't returned yet. Perhaps they were really angry and destroyed an important place in the North Sea, causing this disaster. Many great adepts couldn't see the situation in the North Sea, so they couldn't help but calculate in their hearts. However, the power of the way of the heavens suppressed everything. Even the secrets of the heavens were suppressed. Their calculation methods immediately lost their effect. However, they were really curious. They couldn't help but discuss with each other according to what they already knew. They related this matter to Kunpeng and Zenyuanzi. Not to mention the many great adepts, the way of the heavens could block the spying outside the North Sea, but it couldn't block the gaze inside the North Sea. As soon as the change in the North Sea happened, 3 great adepts who stayed in the North Sea looked over. That's right. Hongjun really didn't lie to me this time. This child has indeed obtained a great opportunity in the ultimate. In the North Pole, the black tortoise sacred beast stroked its beard and said with a smile. As soon as Feng Zichen came out of the ultimate, the black tortoise sacred beast sensed it. The black tortoise holy beast knew that he must have obtained a great opportunity in the sinkhole just by seeing his cultivation as a zenith heaven golden immortal. However, after seeing that Feng Zichen was not injured, the black tortoise sacred beast retracted its gaze and no longer paid attention to him. Everyone had their own fate, and outsiders couldn't force it. Whatever opportunity Feng Zichen obtained had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care. However, Feng Zichen came to the North Sea this time to visit him, so he couldn't be born here. Otherwise, losing face was a small matter, but the death of his benefactor would affect his Tao heart. Therefore, the black tortoise sacred beast had been paying attention to Feng Zichen and tried its best not to let him be born. However, what the black tortoise sacred beast didn't expect was that as soon as he retracted his gaze, Feng Zichen couldn't wait to establish the Khanate sword Tao. Therefore, he angered the way of the heavens and attracted the heavenly punishment. This made it difficult for him to help. The heavenly punishment only came for one person, but if an outsider helped, the power of the heavenly punishment would multiply. At that time, it would be trouble for the 2 of them. Forget it, after all, Daoist Jinxian is immortal. Even the heavenly punishment can't kill him completely. If he falls in the heavenly punishment, I'll help him to be resurrected. It's a good thing that he falls once. It can make him remember and think more before he does anything. Thinking of this, the black tortoise sacred beast was relieved and silently watched the development of the situation. Daoist Jinxian was immortal. No matter how strong the heavenly punishment was, it couldn't kill Feng Zichen. It was good to let him suffer a little. After all, Feng Zichen's life had been too smooth since his debut. This wasn't good. Heavenly punishment? Who is that person? What kind of heaven-defying thing did he do? What made the way of the heavens so angry that it sent down the heavenly punishment of the sage-to-be level? On the other side, Zenyuanzi and Kunpeng, who were fighting, sensed the heavenly punishment and stopped at the same time and looked at Feng Zichen. Hiss! What a pure Pangu aura! Pangu Zichen clan? I didn't expect that in addition to the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, there are other authentic Pangu clans in the untainted land. But, where did this person come from? Why haven't I heard of his name before? The first thing that attracted the 2 of them when they looked at Feng Zichen was not the congenital runes floating in the air, but the Pangu aura emitted by Feng Zichen. The aura was so pure that it was not inferior to the Pangu aura of the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Clearly, this was another true lineage of Pangu. As everyone knew, in the untainted land, only the 3 pure ones, which were transformed by the primordial spirit of Pangu, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, which were transformed by the essence and blood of the heart, were authentic Pangu clans. The rest, such as Xing Tian, were congenital grand sorcerers, which were transformed by the blood of Pangu, and the congenital gods and demons, which were transformed by the remains of Pangu, were not authentic Pangu clans. Now, in the untainted land, there was suddenly an authentic Pangu clans. How could this not surprise the two of them? This was a big event that shocked the untainted land. What the two of them thought had nothing to do with Feng Zichen, and he didn't care about them. Because at this time, he was like an arrow on the bow, and he had to shoot. Chapter 222. Although he had long expected that the birth of the Khanate sword Dao would bring about a great calamity, he was also prepared, but he did not expect that the calamity would come so quickly and fiercely. It was far beyond what he could bear. For a moment, Feng Zichen felt a little regretful. He felt that he should not be so hasty. He should wait until his strength reached a higher level before trying to establish the Khanate sword Dao. However, at this point, he could no longer retreat. He could only bite the bullet. Moreover, he had many trump cards, a lot of merit, and Pangu's luck. With all these advantages combined, he might have a chance to break through the heavenly punishment and establish the Khanate sword Dao. Khanate sword Dao, condense. Without waiting for the heavenly punishment to descend, Feng Zichen activated 8 Khanate runes and turned them into a sword of sword Dao. It carried the supreme sword intent and took the initiative to attack the sky. Rumble. Feng Zichen's actions seemed to be a provocation, which made the way of heaven even more furious. The entire cloud layer was tumbling and surging. A terrifying force gathered and turned into a mighty thunderbolt that struck down with a loud bang. Crack. With just one strike, the long sword formed by the sword Dao was cracked. It was full of cracks like porcelain that would break at any time. What an unfamiliar aura. At this time, Jin Yuanzi and Kuan Peng had just recovered from the shock and were attracted by the Khanate sword Dao. That is, a new Khanate Dao, a Khanate Dao that has never appeared before. It is a Khanate Dao transformed from a postnatal Dao. Yes. Only this can make the heavenly Dao so angry and send down a sage-level heavenly punishment. The two of them were very knowledgeable. After seeing this scene, how could they not guess what Feng Zichen's actions meant? Naturally, they understood the reason for the heavenly Dao's anger. Going against the Khanate Dao was a taboo of the heavenly Dao. It could not tolerate it. Anyone or anything that dared to do this would be punished by the heavenly punishment. Whether it was beneficial to the world or not, it was the same. It was the same. After all, to the heavenly Dao, punishing first and then rewarding was also a method. This person is indeed worthy of being Pangu's descendant. As soon as he was born, he did something that has never been done before. He wants to add another Khanate Dao to the primordial world. To pave a new path for all living beings. This person's comprehension is extremely high and he has great wisdom. The poor way is far inferior to him. Looking at Feng Zichen, who took the initiative to attack divine punishment, Zhen Yuanzi sighed with emotion. Kuanpeng Taoist's expression changed, but he did not refute. Apparently, he agreed with Zhen Yuanzi's words. The post-celestial Dao was reversed into the pre-celestial Dao. This method was something that they would never have thought of. It wasn't until they saw this scene that they suddenly realized, so, confirming the Dao could be done this way. Using this method to attain the Dao was much more powerful than the Dao attainment methods that were circulating in the primordial world. In this regard, Feng Zichen was much more capable than they could ever imagine. The sudden appearance of an authentic Pangu was already a major event that shook the primordial world. But from the looks of it now, that was not all. There might be another Khanate Dao in the primordial world. What kind of storm would it cause? The primordial world was about to change again. Boom! 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 Above the sky, after the thunderbolt struck down from the clouds, it did not stop. Instead, it continued to roll and gather strength, striking down 3 consecutive bolts of divine punishment thunder. In an instant, the long sword formed by the sword Dao could not withstand the power of divine punishment and shattered on the spot. It turned back into 81 connate runes and struggled in the sea of thunder. The power of divine punishment was extremely terrifying. The power of the connate runes was limited. They would not be able to last long in the sea of thunder and would be obliterated. At that time, the establishment of the connate sword Dao would be considered a complete failure. Then, divine punishment would find Feng Zichen. Divine punishment is so terrifying. Seeing the power of divine punishment, Feng Zichen could not help but feel his scalp tingle. However, establishing the connate sword Dao was related to his future path. He could not afford to fail. In the clouds, terrifying power filled the air. The 4th bolt of divine punishment thunder gradually formed and was about to strike. Seeing this, Feng Zichen did not dare to hesitate. He immediately calmed down and contacted the Tree of World. He planned to use its power to fight with his life on the line. After swallowing the body of the Chaos Fiend God, the Tree of World had undergone a huge transformation. Its origin had been improved like never before. Its strength was no less than that of the top grand divines in the primordial world, and was close to Daoist Jingxian. Although the power of the Tree of World could not make Feng Zichen as strong as a grand divines, it could make him as strong as a sage to be for a short time. In this way, it would be much easier to deal with the divine punishment at the sage to be level. However, just as the power of the Tree of World was about to enter Feng Zichen's body, something strange happened again. Boom! A mighty power came, shaking the entire North Sea, no, the entire primordial world. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the grand divines, tens of thousands of Dao fell. The origin of heaven and earth appeared in the world and smashed toward the divine punishment that covered the entire North Sea. Is the primordial world going to change? The origin of heaven and earth is fighting with the way of heaven. Seeing this scene, the group of great divines all felt that this matter was extremely absurd. As 2 sides of the same coin, how could the way of heaven and the origin of heaven and earth fight? However, what was happening in front of them was telling them that such a ridiculous thing had really happened. At this moment, even the sages who did not pay attention to this matter could not help but look down at the North Sea. In the sky above the North Sea, the divine punishment was suddenly attacked and began to collapse uncontrollably. The attack of the origin of heaven and earth was equivalent to the attack of the primordial world. How many people in the primordial world could resist it? The divine punishment at the sage-to-be level was naturally no match for it. Of course, even if the divine punishment had the strength, it would not dare to attack the origin of heaven and earth. That was the origin of heaven and earth. It was the foundation of the primordial world and also the foundation of the way of heaven. Once it was damaged, it would be a big deal and the consequences would be unimaginable. The way of heaven would not attack itself. Well, what's going on? This ridiculous scene made Feng Zichen a little confused. He did not know the reason at all. However, after all, he had become Daoist Jingxian. He was at a different level. He was more distant and ethereal. In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and deduced the reason for this matter by following his perception. I see. Although the birth of the connate sword Dao was a heaven-defying act, it could bring unimaginable benefits to the primordial world. In order to maintain the order of the primordial world, the way of heaven had to attack the connate sword Dao and stop it from doing heaven-defying things. However, the origin of heaven and earth was different from the way of heaven. It did not care whether the connate sword Dao was heaven-defying or not. It only knew that if the connate sword Dao was established, it would be strengthened. The primordial world would also be strengthened. Anything that was beneficial to the primordial world, whether good or evil, would be protected by the origin of heaven and earth. Therefore, when it saw that the way of heaven wanted to destroy the connate sword Dao, it could not help but attack. It descended into the world and destroyed the divine punishment. Chapter 223. However, although the divine punishment dissipated, it did not disappear. It existed in another form. In the void, dark clouds rolled and thunder rumbled. There seemed to be divine halls, immortal palaces, pagoda, heavenly soldiers, and giant deities beating drums in the sky. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared one by one. Gradually, a vast world was formed in the sky. It was magnificent and colorful. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the world. Feng Zichen was very familiar with this world. Its appearance and aura were exactly the same as the Nine-Cloud Heavenly Realm, which evolved from the Nine-Cloud Thunder territory in the Thunder Lock. In the future, the Nine-Cloud Heavenly Realm was the headquarters of the Thunder Department, where the primitive thunderbolts were operated. Its power was not only to control the clouds and rain, but also to control the disasters and blessings of heaven. It could control the balance of things and people. It could control life and death. It had the power to send the tribulation on behalf of heaven. Its appearance meant that the heavenly punishment had silently changed into a slightly weaker heavenly tribulation. Different from the divine punishment, the tribulation was the test of the way of heaven for everything in the primitive land. It set different standards according to the strength of the target. It would leave immediately after the fight. As for whether the target was dead or alive, it depended on his own strength. If he passed it, he would live. If he failed, he would die. However, the way of heaven was not as perfect as it was in the future. It had made all kinds of rules. There was no concept of the tribulation in the primitive land. The tribulation was the result of the return of the righteous gods after the apotheosized tribulations and the operation of the order of heaven and earth. Before that, there had never been a tribulation in the primitive land. But now, with the intervention of the origin of heaven and earth, the way of heaven had changed inexplicably and evolved the tribulation in advance. Of course, the tribulation was not as perfect as it was in the future. It only appeared for the things that defied the natural order. From now on, whenever something defied the natural order was born, there would be no more divine punishment. Instead, it would be transformed into a tribulation. It left a glimmer of hope for it to show the virtue of heaven. Tribulation? Interesting. This way may be very promising. The sages were connected with the way of heaven. Therefore, when the way of heaven changed, the 6 sages immediately sensed it. Moreover, he could faintly sense that there was a great opportunity in the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, each and every one of them began to calculate silently in their hearts. No one knew what they were planning. I wonder if this change is good or bad for the Khanate Sword Dao. In the North Sea, Feng Zichen said worriedly as he looked at the 81 innate runes below the tribulation clouds. Since the heavenly tribulation was targeted at the Khanate Sword Dao, it could only be overcome by itself. If Feng Zichen were to intervene, it would probably cause an unforeseen event. Not only would he not be able to help the innate Sword Dao, but he might even lead himself into a calamity. Therefore, the success or failure of this heavenly tribulation depended entirely on the accumulation of the Khanate Sword Dao. Boom! The heavenly thunders were raining down from the 9-cloud sky realm, each one more ferocious than the last. Every single one of those dazzling streaks of lightning was thicker and larger than a mountain. When they struck down, they caused the glaciers to shatter and the void to explode. At first, the heavenly tribulation was struck by golden, silver, and purple lightning. In the end, the power became stronger and stronger, carrying all kinds of attributes. Multicolored lightning began to wreak havoc, splitting the heavens. Boom! A streak of 5-colored lightning struck down and turned into 5 streaks of lightning, blasting on the Khanate runes. It was the Khanate godly thunder of 5 elements. In the lightning, the Khanate runes were scattered and dimmed. Khanate Daoist connotation gradually disappeared as if they were going to return to their original state. Because the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying, it was not much weaker than the heavenly punishment. The difference was that the heavenly punishment was endless until it was destroyed. However, the heavenly tribulation was different. It was limited by time and quantity. According to Feng Zichen's calculation, this heavenly tribulation was called the 9-cloud heavenly tribulation, the first one in the primitive land. It was divided into 9 layers, each with 12 streaks of lightning. There were 108 streaks of lightning in total. In other words, as long as the Khanate sword Dao could withstand the 108 streaks of lightning, it could successfully pass the heavenly tribulation and integrate into the origin of heaven and earth. It would completely become a part of the Khanate sword Dao. Unfortunately, the Khanate sword Dao was only a product of Daoist. Compared to the sage-to-be heavenly tribulation, it was too weak. It could not withstand the first layer of the heavenly tribulation and was showing signs of returning to the Khanate sword Dao. This scene made Feng Zichen extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do to help. This feeling of not being able to use one's strength was truly depressing. Who is that person in the heavenly punishment? The Pangu aura on his body is so pure. This is another authentic Pangu. Also, he and the Khanate Dao in front of him are extremely unfamiliar. They are existences that have never been heard of. He is establishing a new Khanate Dao. This heavenly punishment is caused by this. However, the condition of his Khanate Dao is not very good. It seems that he is going to fail. The heavenly punishment was replaced by the heavenly tribulation, and the power of the heavenly path that filled the sky above the North Sea also disappeared. This caused the North Sea to return to the attention of the powerful beings. Therefore, everything that happened in the North Sea was clearly displayed in the eyes of the powerful beings. Immediately, there was a wave of shocked voices. Whether it was the authentic Pangu or the new Khanate Dao, they were enough to move them, not to mention the two things that happened at the same time. However, among these powerful beings, the three saints were the most shocked. They were Tai Qing, Zhuanti, and Nuwa. Others did not know the origin of Feng Zichen. They only thought that he was a part of the Pangu's origin and an innate saint born from it. He had been living in seclusion in the primordial world and had only come out today after he had achieved his Dao. He planned to amaze the world with a single feat. However, the three of them had all come into contact with Feng Zichen. How could they not know his origin? His foundation was just a mere postnatal. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would turn from a postnatal life form to a Khanate life form? In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a Khanate saint. Moreover, he was the most authentic Pangu in the primordial world. With the ability of a saint, if he was willing to pay a price and spend a lot of Khanate origin, he could still transform an ordinary postnatal life form into a Khanate god fiend. However, to transform a postnatal life form into an authentic Pangu, not to mention a saint, even the heavenly Dao could not do it personally. It was also impossible to transform a Khanate god fiend into an authentic Pangu. Therefore, how could they not be shocked by such a good fortune that far exceeded their imagination? This child has a great opportunity and a great secret. At this moment, the three saints were curious about Feng Zichen at the same time. They did not know if it was good or bad for him. Seeing that the Khanate sword Dao was about to collapse and turn into an postnatal Dao at any time, the origin of heaven and earth could not help but make a move. Rumble. Above the North Sea, Dao sounds resounded and heavenly flowers fell. Accompanied by these sacred phenomena, 10,000 Dao appeared and hung down boundless Dao runes, enveloping the Khanate sword talisman. Chapter 224. In an instant, the Khanate rune shone again and the Khanate Daoist rhyme around it became more profound. Purple chi rose and filled the air with an ancient aura. A powerful aura burst out from the Khanate rune, carrying with it a supreme sword will. It swept across all directions and wiped out all the lightning around it. The first lightning tribulation was over. Boom! As soon as the first lightning tribulation was over, the second lightning tribulation fell impatiently. 12 heavenly thunderbolts struck at the Khanate rune in an overwhelming manner. Buzz! The Khanate rune was not afraid. It trembled slightly and suddenly condensed in the air, turning into the sword Dao again. It exuded a supreme sword will and attacked the heavenly thunderbolts. During this process, the chaos Dao did not retreat. It still hung down endless Khanate Daoist rhyme, shrouding the sword Dao and constantly increasing its power. Rustle. The sword Dao weaved back and forth in the heavenly thunderbolts. The sword body flashed with a cold light and a sharp sword light shot out, destroying all the lightning around it and turning it into the purest Khanate Daoist rhyme. As the sword body moved, the Khanate Daoist rhyme transformed from the heavenly thunderbolts immediately rushed toward the sword Dao and merged into its body, strengthening its origin. Whoosh! After gaining the benefits, the sword Dao first shook like a human, then pointed the tip of the sword to the sky and suddenly accelerated, rushing directly into the nine heavens lightning tribulation. However, the Khanate Daoist rhyme contained in the second lightning tribulation could not satisfy it. Therefore, under its instinctive desire, the sword Dao rushed in without waiting for the third lightning tribulation to fall. Rumble. Endless sword light gushed out from the sword Dao, carrying all kinds of power. In the blink of an eye, it covered the second and third lightning tribulations, piercing thousands of holes. Then, all kinds of power erupted. There was the surging of earth, fire, water and wind, the endless cycle of the five elements, yin and yang, all kinds of Daoist rhyme were in it. The second and third lightning tribulations were completely broken into pieces, turning into Khanate Daoist rhyme that filled the sky and was devoured by the sword Dao. This was Feng Zichen's self-created sword Dao remarkable power, the beginning of the sword, the unification of all Daoist rhyme. In this way, the second and third lightning tribulations were over. It was as if shattering two layers of lightning tribulations at once had given the sword Dao a boost of confidence. Its confidence, without hesitation, it rushed into the fourth lightning tribulation. However, the nine heavens lightning tribulation changed. Every 3 lightning tribulations, its power would increase. If the power of the first 3 levels of the thunder calamity was equivalent to that of a demi-saint who had killed one corpse, then the demi-saint would be very powerful. Then, the power of the middle 3 levels of thunder trial was equivalent to that of a pre-saint who had killed 2 corpses. The power of the last 3 levels of thunder trial was equivalent to that of a pre-saint who had killed 3 corpses. If a sword of sword Dao were to enter recklessly, how could it end well? Boom! Lightning struck down, causing the heavens to fall and the earth to split. Ghosts and deities cried out, as if the world was furious. It was incomparably terrifying, erupting with endless lightning that was deafening. It was a vast expanse. Nothing could be seen except for the heavenly tribulation. Buzz, the sword of swordsmanship trembled slightly. It had already climbed to the highest peak that it could currently reach. Innate Daoist rhymes filled the air and sublimated to the extreme, as if it was about to merge with heaven and earth. It heavens and rill. It, eternal. It. Clang. When the huge heavenly lightning struck its body, sparks flew in all directions. It was as if iron was being hammered, and the sound was ear-piercing. At the same time, when the heavenly lightning tribulation struck the sword Dao, some of the Daoist rhymes around it merged into its body and strengthened the sword talisman. At this moment it was as if heaven and earth were the furnace, yin and yang were the fire, lightning was the hammer, Daoist rhymes were the materials, and the heavenly Dao was the craftsman. It gathered all kinds of incredible power to temper the Khanate sword Dao. Clang, 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 another series of thunderous booms could be heard as dense lightning bolts struck on the innate sword Dao's body one after another. It was as if a giant hammer was hammering on iron, causing sparks to fly in all directions. It was simply too shocking. The lightning bolts were like heavy hammers that kept tempering the Khanate sword Dao. They pressed Daoist rhymes into its body and strengthened its essence, making it stronger and stronger. In the end, the sword Dao dispersed and turned into 81 Khanate runes. They floated in the lightning tribulation and emitted colorful lights. It illuminated the void around it. Khanate Daoist rhymes filled the air, purple chi rose, and a rain of light fell. When the lightning tribulation in the middle 3 levels could no longer help it, the Khanate sword Dao erupted. The sword Dao reappeared and released a dazzling sword light. Rumble. Essence, chi, and spirit appeared, water, fire, and wind surged, and the sun, moon, and stars shone brightly. The 3 treasures of heaven, earth, and man appeared together, triggering the power of the 3, disrupting all order and destroying all existence, shattering the 3 levels of lightning tribulation. Just like that, the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of lightning tribulation were passed. After being provoked one after another, the heavenly tribulation was completely enraged. Above, a sea of lightning rolled and surged. Now, it was completely rioting and poured down like an ocean. It was comparable to the power of the three-corpse quasi-saint. However, the Khanate sword Dao was not afraid because it was too powerful at this moment. Half of its foot was merging with heaven and earth. Its essence was sublimating and surpassing itself. It was undergoing a transformation. Therefore, it was unprecedentedly powerful. Boom! Lightning erupted and pierced through the void, causing this place to shatter into pieces. Vast and mighty sword light rose from the sword Dao. It was dazzling like the sun, illuminating the universe, releasing billions of rays of light. Every ray of light was a divine ability that contained sword intent. However, at this moment, the heavenly lightning raged and the endless sea of lightning smashed down, drowning the Khanate sword Dao. The power of the last 3 levels of heavenly tribulation was too powerful. The sword Dao was within it, but it was dispersed in just a moment. It turned into Khanate runes and struggled in the sea of lightning. The light around it dimmed and was about to shatter. The void trembled as the power of the primordial Daoist surged over. Khanate Daoist rhymes filled the air, forcefully condensing the Khanate sword Dao and reforming it in the lightning. Every Khanate rune contained lightning and was fully tempered. Although it was dim, once it endured, it was destined to reach a higher level, become stronger, and be more compatible with heaven and earth. Bang! At this moment, the heavenly tribulation had reached the end, and the most terrifying thing happened. The last 3 levels of heavenly tribulation began to merge, turning into a supreme God's shadow. Behind it, heavenly tribulation rolled and lightning lingered. His face was blurry and could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of purple divine eyes with a terrifying light could be seen clearly. Those were the divine eyes formed by the power of heavenly punishment. They contained the aura of destruction and had the unique power of heavenly punishment. After all, it was a heavenly tribulation evolved from heavenly punishment. Moreover, it was the first time it had appeared, so it was inevitable that it would be imperfect and carry a trace of heavenly punishment's shadow. Now, the furious heavenly tribulation evolved the power of heavenly punishment from this trace of shadow and blasted towards the Khanate sword Dao. Chapter 225. In order to allow the Khanate sword Dao to be born, the origin of heaven and earth did not hesitate to cheat it. It increased its power one after another, causing it to not be damaged in the heavenly tribulation. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. It was about to pass the 9 heavens of thunder tribulation and be completely born in the world. At this moment, the heavenly Dao could not help but make a move. As a selfless existence, the heavenly Dao could no longer tolerate the origin of heaven and earth. It kept cheating the Khanate sword Dao and breaking the fairness. Therefore, it secretly strengthened the strength of the heavenly tribulation and evolved a trace of the power of heavenly punishment, returning the situation to the level that it thought was the fairest. Chi! A purple light flew out from the eyes of the emperor, carrying the power of heavenly punishment. It destroyed the void and shattered the great Dao. In the blink of an eye, it came to the side of the Khanate sword Dao and shattered the sword body that it had just reassembled. It was the 9 heavens tribulation light. It gathered billions of thunderbolts and merged many tribulations into the Khanate divine light. It contained the power of yin and yang and had the power to command all kinds of tribulations. It could create and destroy all things. It was the supreme achievement of the Khanate thunder Dao. It was also the foundation of the heavenly Dao to command all things and punish all things. It was one of the strongest offensive methods of the heavenly Dao. Rumble. Terrifying power raged, as if the universe was collapsing and the great Dao was collapsing. It was a scene of the end of the world. Even with the help of 10,000 Dao runes, the Khanate sword Dao was still struggling crazily in the tribulation light. It was difficult to reassemble the sword body. The brilliance around it was dimming, and the Khanate Dao runes were fading. At this moment, it was not degenerating into the post-celestial sword Dao, but was truly shattering. The power of the nine heavens tribulation light was far beyond Feng Zichen's imagination. It was extremely powerful. It directly destroyed the Khanate sword Dao, wanting to make it completely disappear from the primitive world and erase all traces of its existence. At this moment, Feng Zichen was really panicking. The Khanate sword Dao contained his blood and sweat, and it was related to his future path. If it was destroyed just like that, his loss would be great. The more anxious he was, the more Feng Zichen calmed down. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, and sparks of wisdom burst forth. In an instant, he thought of a feasible method. First, Feng Zichen secretly mobilized the power of the Tree of World and temporarily raised his strength to the sage-to-be level. Then he shouted into the void. Fellow Daoists, if the Khanate sword Dao is completed, boundless fortune will gather and boundless merit will descend. Therefore, today, Zichen shamelessly asks for the help of all sword cultivators to establish the Khanate sword Dao in the untainted land. We will pave the way for all living beings and create a prosperous era of sword Dao. I hope that the sword cultivators of the wilderness can lend a hand to the Khanate sword Dao and overcome the heavenly tribulation. The voice was loud and resounded throughout the untainted land. Every living creature heard it clearly, and they all looked in the direction of the North Sea. There were many experts who used swords in the primordial world. In fact, there were many of them. They might not have the concept of swordsmanship in their hearts, but after using the sword for a long time, they would more or less have their own understanding of the sword in their hands. And these insights were the foundation of the Khanate sword Dao, the nutrients for its growth. If he could absorb all of these insights, his Khanate sword Dao would definitely be able to take another step forward and become even more perfected. At that time, the nine heavens thunder tribulation would be nothing. Gather the wisdom of all the sword cultivators in the primordial world and add bricks and tiles to the Khanate sword Dao. They would constantly perfect it and break through the heavenly tribulation in one fell swoop. That was the idea that Feng Zichen had thought of. How could he make the Khanate sword Dao perfect with his own strength? Only by gathering the strength of everyone could it be completely perfected and stand in the primordial world. After all, the Khanate sword Dao was not Feng Zichen's Dao alone, but the Dao of all living beings in the primordial world. If this Dao was completed, he would not be the only one who would benefit. All living beings in the primordial world would benefit at the same time. Sure enough, as Feng Zichen finished speaking, sword intent rose from the primordial world, bringing with it countless insights of the sword Dao, and surged into the Khanate sword Dao. That was all the insights that the experts of the primordial world had about their own swords. Although the Khanate Dao that these experts had attained was not the Khanate sword Dao, what had accompanied them as they grew and protected their Dao bodies was the sword in their hands. They used the sword as a weapon to kill strong enemies and protect the great Dao, walking to the peak step by step. Although they could not reach the point of treating the sword as their life, they still had a different kind of feelings. Now, someone had stepped forward and created the Khanate sword Dao out of nothing in the primordial world. For the countless sword cultivators of the primordial world, they had gathered boundless luck and opened the door to heaven. This was a major event that would benefit countless sword cultivators and themselves. As a member of the sword cultivators, how could they stay out of it? How could they not step forward? Therefore, they moved. They raised the sword in their hands, poured their insights into the sword, and slashed in the direction of the North Sea. That sword was dazzling, and its brilliance spread throughout the vast universe. That sword contained their desire for the Khanate sword Dao and their determination to establish the Khanate sword Dao. Rumble. The resplendent sword light carried an unparalleled force as it brazenly slashed into the light of tribulation, destroying the light of tribulation that enveloped the Khanate sword Dao. Immediately, the surrounding void was cleared. Then, the resplendent sword light dispersed with a bang, turning into billions of strands of Khanate light that merged with the Khanate sword Dao. Buzz, 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 after a violent tremor, the Khanate sword Dao also collapsed into countless Khanate light that scattered in the world. What's going on? Even Feng Zichen did not expect such a sudden change. Why did the Khanate sword Dao shatter all of a sudden? Just as he was puzzled, the scene changed again. The Khanate light that scattered in the world suddenly condensed again and turned into Khanate runes again. However, at this time, there were no longer 81 Khanate runes, but 240. With the help of countless sword cultivators of the primordial world, the Khanate sword Dao had evolved further. The Khanate runes that formed its foundation had changed from 81 to 240, making it more complete and closer to the Khanate Dao of the primordial world. At the same time, its power had also increased like never before. Dong! It was as if the entire primordial world was shaking, and a terrifying power was emitted. 240 Khanate runes gathered and turned into a shocking giant sword. Innate Daoist rhymes swirled around the giant sword, releasing a boundless sword will that was vast and mighty. Its body was unbelievably large. Just by lying in the air, it blocked the light and caused the North Sea to fall into darkness. As soon as the giant sword was formed, it rotated with a bang and slashed at the Emperor's shadow in the sky. Crack! As the giant sword slashed across, a huge crack appeared in the void. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles as if it had split the world apart. The entire North Sea could be seen clearly. Inside the void crack, there was darkness. It was the purest darkness. Nothing existed, and it seemed to be able to devour one's soul. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 226. As the giant sword waved, the terrible black crack kept moving forward. In an instant, it came to the side of the Nine Clouds' heavenly tribulation. It was like a giant mouth that wanted to swallow the sky. However, the great Emperor's shadow was the incarnation of the heavenly way. Its strength was unfathomable, far exceeding that of an ordinary sage to be. How could it be afraid of the Khanate sword Tao? Swoosh! Swoosh! The great Emperor's shadow's purple eyes were flowing with the power of the heavenly way. It emitted 9 rays of tribulation light, which attracted the 9 clouds' thunderbolts and various tribulation chi. It turned into a vast celestial domain, which covered the sky and the sun. It pressed down on the giant sword. Rumble. Terrifying fluctuations came, and the void collapsed. The sky above the North Sea was completely broken. There was nothing left except for the giant sword and the great Emperor's shadow. One had the help of the origin of heaven and earth, and the comprehension of countless sword cultivators, which made it very powerful. The other had the help of the heavenly way, which gathered endless thunderbolts and tribulation chi. It was vast and boundless. The two sides were in a stalemate, and neither side could defeat the other. Is it still not working? Looking at the Khanate sword Tao in a stalemate with the heavenly tribulation, Feng Zichen frowned. Originally, the power of the heavenly tribulation was limited. After the 108 heavenly thunders, its power would be exhausted. The heavenly tribulation would be over. However, the origin of heaven and earth helped the Khanate sword Tao, which made the heavenly way secretly increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. If the Khanate sword Tao wanted to survive the heavenly tribulation, it had to destroy the great Emperor's shadow and completely destroy the 9 clouds' heavenly realm. However, looking at the situation above, the Khanate sword Tao and the great Emperor's shadow were evenly matched. Neither side could defeat the other, and there was no hope of destroying it. Moreover, the origin of heaven and earth could not be manifested for a long time. If it continued to drag on, it would be extremely unfavorable for the Khanate sword Tao. When the origin of heaven and earth's power disappeared, the Khanate sword Tao would be no match for the great Emperor's shadow. It would only be destroyed. At that time, the Khanate sword Tao would disappear completely if it could not survive the heavenly tribulation. Khanate sword Tao? Interesting. He's a great talent. It's a pity that he's not a disciple of the poor way. On Kunlun Mountain, after the Grand Pure One learned about Feng Zichen's background from the Grand Pure One, he could not help but look at him deeply and sigh regretfully. This person's opportunity was truly heaven-defying. If he could enter the sect of Jie school, he would definitely be able to increase the luck of Jie school and overshadow the other 3 sections. Of course, the Prime Clear Sage was not the only one who thought so. At this moment, the 2 saints, Yuqing and Tai Qing, also had the same thought. Not only that, but Feng Zichen, as a Panga descendant, was obviously more suitable to inherit their mantle. Under their guidance, it would not be difficult for him to become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian in the future. If he could take her as his disciple, there would be many benefits. Unfortunately, the three pure ones were not fated to be together. That day, after Daoist Tai Qing became a saint, he wanted to take Feng Zichen as his disciple, but he was rejected. The Grand Pure One was not angry. He only smiled and did not insist. He planned to settle the matter of taking in a disciple in the future. However, he did not expect things to change so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen had become an authentic Panga descendant and a Khanate god fiend. At this time, it would be difficult to take him in as a disciple. How could Nuwa let him go? Sigh. I didn't expect junior sister Nuwa to take advantage of him. The prime clear sage retracted his gaze from Feng Zichen and said enviously. That's right. Nuwa did not do anything. She just stayed in the palace of Empress Hua in peace and obtained an authentic descendant of the Pangu for no reason. How could she not be envious? The human race was created by Nuwa and was innately linked to her. Therefore, no matter what form Feng Zichen transformed into, the connection between him and Nuwa could not be severed. That was because without Nuwa, the human race would not have been born, and Feng Zichen would not have been born. How could the grace of creation be given up just like that? Not to mention, when Feng Zichen was young, he had received Nuwa's teachings through space. On the path of cultivation after that, he had also received help from Nuwa many times and had a great karma with her. In that case, it was even more impossible to cut ties with Nuwa. Logically speaking, if a human wanted to take an outsider as his master, he had to first obtain Nuwa's consent before he could perform the ceremony of taking her as his master and disciple. However, there were many humans and it was not easy to cultivate. If everyone had to obtain Nuwa's consent before taking her as his master. Not to mention whether Nuwa was annoying or not, even if it was delayed and they missed the opportunity to take her as his master, it would also be a lot of trouble. Therefore, this matter of course had never been truly implemented, and Nuwa had never cared. However, if one were to really take it seriously, taking her as his master without Nuwa's consent did not count. Not to mention someone like Feng Zichen who was deeply involved with Nuwa. If he really went to take her as his master without Nuwa's consent, not only would it not count, but he would also owe her a lot of karma. For saints, calamity would not befall them, and karma would not affect them. There were not many things in the world that could threaten them. And karma was one of them. This thing would not cause any harm to their bodies, but it would affect their cultivation and prevent them from improving. This was the most fatal thing for saints. Not being able to advance on the path of Tao was no different from death. Therefore, once saints formed karma with others, they would think of ways to end it so as not to drag down their own cultivation. The two saints, Zhuanti and Jiayin, were powerless to end the karma they owed Daoist Red Cloud, but they were also afraid that it would affect their own cultivation. Therefore, when Red Cloud was in danger, they stood aside and watched him die, ending the karma. The saint of the high Tao did not want to own Nuwa karma, which was why he sighed. Of course, even if he was willing to owe her karma, Nuwa might not agree. After sighing, Daoist Xianxia's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at the Khanate sword Tao above the North Sea and muttered, now that the Khanate sword Tao is facing a tribulation, it is in danger. As the master of the celestial slaying sword and holding the Qingping sword as well as several Khanate spiritual swords, poor Wei cannot remain indifferent. I must lend him a hand. As he spoke, the saint took out the Qingping sword from beside him. Then, he took out the immortal slaying sword, the immortal slaughtering sword, the immortal trapping sword, and the immortal ending sword from the immortal slaying sword formation. The Khanate sword Tao has contributed greatly to the primordial world and is of great use to all living beings. It must be used. Khanate sword intent, go. The saint pointed at the 5 Khanate spiritual swords beside him. Instantly, the 5 swords shone brightly, and Khanate Daoist rhymes circulated around them. Supreme sword intent erupted and rushed into the 9 heavens, shattering the clouds above Mount Kunlun. Chapter 227. The words of the saints were the will of the heavens. They could change the rules of the world and distort the world's understanding. As the prime clear saint's words fell, the heavens and earth reacted. Countless rules manifested, weakening the power of the great emperor's shadow. At the same time, the entire untainted land was shaking. The aura of the innate sword Tao appeared, emitting a strange Tao rhythm. It was as if the innate sword Tao had already appeared in the untainted land. This was the power of a saint. If I want something, the heavens must have it. The moment the prime clear sage uttered the word Xiantian sword Tao, the Xiantian sword Tao would immediately appear in this world. From this, one could see the might of a sage. Boom! 5 streaks of sword light rose from Mount Kunlun, shaking the heavens and earth. They shattered the endless void and directly arrived above the North Sea, tearing the emperor's shadow into pieces. They were the immortal exterminating 4 swords and the Qingping sword, bringing with them the insights of the sword Tao of the prime clear sage. Even a trace of the sword will of a saint had the power to destroy the world, let alone the sword will of a lifetime. Even the emperor's shadow was no match for him. Fellow Daoists, poor Wei has already made her move. The rest is up to you. Don't let outsiders look down on us sword cultivators. The prime clear sage suddenly said after keeping the 5 great innate godly swords. Previously, only some Daoist Jingxian had helped. The quasi-saints had yet to make a move. Now that the prime clear sage had taken the lead and made his move, it was their turn. Haha. How can I not have a share in the success of the Khanate sword Tao? Within the Lingxiao Hall, Di Jun laughed out loud when he heard the voice of the Shangqing saint. He waved the sun god's sword in his hand and slashed towards the 9 heavens' heavenly tribulation. It was the king's sword, the emperor's sword, and the emperor's sword. It was the sword of the Lord of heaven and earth. It was the sword that commanded the universe. The sword light was so resplendent that even the light of the sun was overshadowed, completely losing its color. His imposing aura suppressed the world, and it terrified the myriad of living beings in the world. It caused all living beings to arouse the desire to submit, and they couldn't help but bow down and worship. In the Blood Sea, Daoist Mingi didn't care about his injuries as he activated the Yuan Tu and Avici swords. Suddenly, a blood-red light exploded, stirring up boundless murderous intent. It swept across the wilderness and shot towards the North Sea. Their attack seemed to be a sign. Behind them, 13 Presaint Grand Cultivators appeared and unleashed supreme sword wills that surged toward the Khanate sword Tao. With this help, the innate sword Tao changed again. The 108 innate runes shattered, and when they gathered again, there were 365 innate runes, which was exactly the number of heavenly cycles. Boom! The reassembled Khanate sword Tao merely shook slightly, and an unparalleled power erupted, sweeping through the void and destroying the heavenly tribulation. Just like that, the 9 heavens tribulation was past. Innate sword Tao. Crack. The Khanate sword Tao continued to vibrate, breaking through the boundless void and arriving at the origin of heaven and earth. It completely merged with it and became the cornerstone of the primordial world. In the next moment, an indescribable sword slowly appeared in the center of the sky. It was so beautiful, so grand, and so dazzling. It was as if all the words of praise in the world could be found on him, so that the entire primordial world could be clearly seen. He was infinitely close to perfection. Rumble. The great Tao was rumbling, and the universe was shaking. Thousands of Daos manifested and Dharma laws descended. Boundless innate Daoist rhymes fell and covered the entire untainted land. Slowly, an illusory figure appeared in the center of the myriad Daos. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, making him look extraordinary. His entire body emitted a distant and ancient aura. That was the aura of the first living being in the world. It belonged to the oldest and most powerful living being in the primordial world, Hong Jun. At that moment, Hong Jun, no, the heavenly Tao, descended. The birth of the Khanate Sword Dao was a major event that shook the primordial world. It could strengthen the origin of the primordial world and promote the evolution of the primordial world. Its influence was endless and far-reaching, enough to change everything in the future. It had immeasurable merit in the primordial world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao descended to personally award Feng Zichen. At that moment, there were no auspicious clouds in the sky, no auspicious aura descending, no heavenly flowers falling, and no golden lotuses growing on the ground. No sacred phenomenon appeared. That was because there was no need for it. The appearance of the phenomenon was to set off the extraordinariness of the event. It was glory and represented the recognition of heaven and earth. What phenomenon could compare to the descent of the heavenly Tao? It could show more glory and represent the recognition of heaven and earth. After the descent of the heavenly Tao, any more phenomena would seem superfluous. You, Panga Zichen clan. You created the Khanate Sword Dao and have done great deeds since ancient times. You have immeasurable merit. From now on, you are the Sword Ancestor. You can enjoy the destiny of heaven and earth and receive the worship of all living beings. I grant you permission to exist with the heavens and the Tao. A cold and emotionless voice that was filled with endless majesty came from the mouth of the heavenly Tao Hong Jun. It contained endless Tao intent and entered the ears of every living being in the primordial world. Living with the heavens and coexisting with the Tao. Speaking of which, any zenith heaven golden immortal could do that. However, that sentence had a different meaning when it came from the mouth of the heavenly Tao. To Daoist Jingxian, the heavens that existed with the heavens referred to the primordial world. The Tao that existed with the Tao referred to the Tao that one had proven. If they died, they could only rely on the Tao that they had proven to slowly accumulate strength and wait for the day of resurrection. However, Feng Zichen had received the promise of the heavenly Tao, so he had a different treatment. To exist with the Tao referred to no longer his own Tao, but the heavenly Tao. If he were to fall, the heavenly Tao would personally resurrect him. With the power of the heavenly Tao, it would be easy to revive a Daoist Jingxian. It would take at least 10,000 years or at most a Yuanhui to make him reappear in the world. That was equivalent to being immortal. It was the treatment of a saint. The great mystical abilities of the primordial world, who had been paying attention to the commotion, could not help but be moved when they saw that scene. That was a treatment that they could not enjoy. It won't be long before the primordial world has another top-notch great mystical ability. A strong thought appeared in the hearts of the great mystical abilities and could not be dismissed. With the care of the heavenly Tao, it was only a matter of time for Feng Zichen to become a great mystical ability. Ever since the Tao ancestor preached the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace, the great mystical abilities that were born in the primordial world were all disciples of the Tao ancestor. They did not expect that after countless years, the primordial world would welcome a great mystical ability who was not from the Purple Cloud Palace. The primordial world had really changed. For a moment, the great mystical abilities were silent. At the same time, Feng Zichen's appearance gradually appeared in the hearts of all the spirits. Sword Ancestor. Sword Ancestor. Sword Ancestor. In the next moment, almost spontaneously, every creature could not help but shout the two words, Sword Ancestor. Their voices were loud and in unison, and they carried endless power of will as they poured it into Feng Zichen's body. The human Tao was all spirits. The power of all spirits was the power of the human Tao. Chapter 228. As the power of humanity entered his body, Feng Zichen's body underwent a miraculous change. His essence, energy, and spirit were constantly jumping, entangling with the power of humanity that surged into his body, deducing all kinds of mysteries. Among them, Feng Zichen's essence was the most active, and its connection with the power of humanity was the closest, gradually merging with it. Then, his essence completely merged with the power of humanity that surged over, becoming incomparably powerful and magical. The mighty power of humanity flowed, emitting a perfect aura. In the end, this essence suddenly jumped out of his body and hung above his head, giving birth to a flower. That flower was a Tao flower. It seemed to be colorless, but also seemed to have countless colors. The flower bloomed 12th grade, and the innate Tao runes around it were as deep as the sea. The light of humanity flickered, sparkling. This was the flower of essence, the flower of man. Wuxia Xianxia's cultivation was the great Tao, and what he cultivated was essence, energy, and spirit. Only when the essence, energy, and spirit were completely perfected, connecting the three talents of heaven, earth, and man, and blooming the three flowers could one operate the rules of heaven and earth, break free from the shackles of the long river of time and space, and become a sage to be. The blooming of the flower of man indicated that Feng Zichen's essence was completely perfected, and it also indicated that he had officially entered the middle stage of Daoist Jingxian. A vast aura rose from his body and swept in all directions. Compared to before, it was more than several times stronger, even surpassing some experts in the late stage of Daoist Jingxian. The 12th grade of the flower was already the peak of the primitive world. There was no way to improve, and he had the potential of a saint. However, although this flower was extraordinary, there were many who could bloom 12th grade in the primitive world. Apart from the saints, there were at least dozens of people among the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace who could do this. Feng Zichen was an authentic Pangu, so it was normal for his flower to bloom 12th grade. However, Feng Zichen's flower of man was different from others. It was the true flower of humanity, containing the mighty power of humanity. Although it was also at the 12th stage of the flower blossom realm, it was connected to the human Tao and not the Tao of three talents. Naturally, it was much stronger than others. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen was able to possess power that far exceeded his realm. Before this, Nuwa was the only one in the untainted land who could bear the flower of human Tao. The rest could only bear the ordinary flower of human Tao. Of course, when Nuwa was still in the Daoist Jingxian realm, the Tao flower she bore was also an ordinary human flower. The change happened when he created the human race. The birth of the human race, apart from the Xiantian lifeforms, created the postnatal lifeforms, recreated the Xuanqi of creation, and filled the void of humanity. Naturally, the mighty power of the human Tao would descend and help Nuwa reconstruct her Tao foundation. The flower of human transformation would then become the flower of human Tao. In the realm of Daoist Jingxian, he far surpassed the great mystical abilities of the primordial world. Now, Feng Zichen had established the Xiantian sword Tao and accidentally triggered the resonance of all spirits. As a result, it attracted the mighty power of the human Tao to descend and help him bloom the flower of human Tao. This made him the second existence in the primordial world to bloom such a flower after Nuwa. The flower of human Tao. What a great opportunity! When this flower blooms, it can communicate with the human Tao. Every move will be accompanied by the mighty power of the human Tao. It can also be used to explore the secrets of all spirits and seek the true meaning of the great Tao. It's of great help to improve one's cultivation. It can be said that there are many benefits. This fellow Daoist's opportunity is really enviable. At this time, the great mystical abilities who could remain calm earlier could no longer remain calm. They all looked at Feng Zichen with some envy. One had to know that the human Tao was all living beings in the primordial world. Its power could restrain all living beings and destroy all magic power. More importantly, the power of the human Tao had the ability to create things out of thin air. The so-called unforgettable memory would definitely have an echo. It was the embodiment of the mighty power of the human Tao. The essence of the incense divine path that Feng Zichen created was a use of the power of the human Tao. Wasn't the power of the will of all spirits the same as the power of the human Tao? Rumble. After Feng Zichen advanced, the heavenly Tao Hong Jun made a move. He raised his hand and pointed at Feng Zichen. A purple brilliance surged, attracting all the great Tao in the world and entering his glabella. That purple brilliance was not the purple qi of Hongmeng, but the origin of the heavenly Tao. It was the source of all the great Tao. It was the essence of the primordial world and the strongest power. Pfft! The sound of a flower blooming could be heard. It was the sound of Feng Zichen's flower of God, the flower of heaven blooming. With the help of the heavenly Tao's origin, Feng Zichen's Qi of God reached perfection and formed a flower of Tao. The flower of Tao bloomed 12 times. The flower of heaven was surrounded by the power of the heavenly Tao. It was lofty and vast, merging with the sky. It was ethereal as if it could not be touched. This was the flower of heavenly Tao, a flower of Tao that was connected to the heavenly Tao. It was far from comparable to the flower of heaven that was connected to the Tao of 3 talents. In the primordial world, only the Tao ancestor Hong Jun had formed this flower. In the past, the Tao ancestor merged with the Tao and mended the heavenly Tao, perfecting it. Therefore, the power of the heavenly Tao entered his body and mended his Tao foundation. The flower of heavenly Tao bloomed. Feng Zichen absorbed the heavenly Tao's origin and perfected his Qi of God. He also bloomed the flower of heavenly Tao. His cultivation improved further and reached the late Daoist Jingxian. His strength was close to the perfected Daoist Jingxian. In this way, Feng Zichen had already bloomed 2 of the 3 flowers. They were the flower of human Tao and the flower of heavenly Tao. He could be said to be the only one in the primordial world, far surpassing the other Daoist Jingxian. When he broke through to the perfected Daoist Jingxian, with the power of the human Tao and the heavenly Tao, no one in the primordial world would be able to compete with him. He could be said to be the first Daoist Jingxian. What? The flower of heavenly Tao? He has already gathered 2 of the 3 Daoists of heaven, earth, and man. If he blooms another flower of Tao, I'm afraid he will directly become the great Taoist priests. I didn't expect that creating the connate Tao in the primordial world would have such benefits. Maybe we can try and see if we can use this to bloom the flower of heavenly Tao and the flower of human Tao. Seeing this scene, many powerful divines couldn't help but be tempted. They wanted to imitate Feng Zichen's action and create another connate Tao for the primordial world. It had been said in the primordial world that the 3 Daoists of heaven, earth, and man were the combination of the essence, Qi, and spirit of the great Taoist priests Pangu and the will of the primordial world. If someone could bloom the flower of human Tao, the flower of Tao, and the flower of heavenly Tao in succession when he was in the Daoist Jingxian, he would be invincible in the Daoist Jingxian realm and be called the great Taoist priests. The great Taoist priests was the title of Pangu. If the descendants inherited this title, the benefits would be beyond everyone's imagination. Even if they couldn't become a sage, it wouldn't be difficult to set foot in the primordial world of Daoist Jingxian realm. With such a reason, how could those powerful divines not be excited? Their strength was much higher than that of Feng Zichen. It wouldn't be difficult for them to break through the heavenly tribulation. With this thought in mind, the thought of trying in their hearts became even stronger. Chapter 229. In an instant, a brilliant golden light appeared from the void in the vast universe and filled the sky above the wilderness. That was the golden light of merit. At this moment, the golden light of merit descended. Boom! The sky shook, and the boundless golden light of merit suddenly scattered, turning into billions of strands that fell towards the great desolate land. Among them, the largest ball of golden light, which was as much as 30% of the entire merit, flew toward the North Sea and fell into Feng Zichen's body. However, Feng Zichen already had enough merit. Even his merit's spiritual light had already reached the peak of an acquired supreme treasure and could no longer advance. No matter how much merit he had, it could not advance further and become an innate spiritual treasure. Sage to be? With the merit in his body, Feng Zichen had an epiphany. As long as he absorbed the merit, he could directly enter the sage-to-be realm and become a powerful great divine ability without any future troubles. However, I walk the path of proving my Tao with strength and become the Pangu Tao body. Although it's a shortcut to become a sage-to-be with merit, it's not good for my Tao. Therefore, I won't take it. To prove one's Tao with strength, one had to press forward and advance bravely. Once one chose a shortcut, it would be like walking on the wrong path. It would affect one's belief in invincibility and gradually deviate from the right path. There were thousands of ways to prove one's Tao in the world, but the weakest was to prove one's Tao with merit and the strongest was to prove one's Tao with strength. Therefore, Feng Zichen already had an answer in his heart about how to choose. Moreover, Feng Zichen also had a vague ambition. He wanted to bloom the flower of earth. Soon, Hudu would open up the reincarnation cycle. At that time, the earth would descend, and he could take this opportunity to use the power of the earth to form the flower of earth. If he became a sage to be now, the flower of earth would only be the flower of earth, which was far from the flower of earth. Moreover, it would be a blessing to use the power of the earth to form the flower of earth. He also dreamed of using the earth to repair his Tao foundation and forcefully form the flower of earth like Hudu. However, it was absolutely impossible. Having made his decision, Feng Zichen immediately took action. The merit that surged into his body gushed out of his body again. It floated behind his head, forming a golden auspicious cloud. It had a radius of 100 million miles, and golden light shone brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings. It was incomparably holy, and ghosts and gods avoided it. On the other side, 3 balls of golden light landed and flew towards Kunlun Mountain, the heavenly courts, and the Blood Sea. Each of them had 1 level of sword Tao merit. After that, 2 more layers of merit spread out and entered the bodies of the 13 demi-saints. The last 2 layers of swordsmanship merit were completely shattered and fell to various places in the untainted land. They were divided equally among the Daoist Jingxian. With that, the sword Tao merit distribution was completed. When the Khanate sword principle completely merged with the origin of heaven and earth, all the sword-type Dharma treasures in the untainted land sensed it. Tao patterns appeared on their bodies, and their power increased by 30%. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, all the innate divine swords in the primordial world rose into the sky and floated in the air, trembling continuously to express their excitement. There was finally sword Tao in the untainted land. Even the 4 immortal slaying swords, the Sun God sword, and the Yuan-Tu Avicii twin swords were no exception. Rumble. At the same time, the entire untainted land was shaking. The great Tao rumbled continuously, and the rules trembled together. The Khanate chi skyrocketed, and the void became more stable. This was the origin of heaven and earth becoming denser. It reflected on the entire untainted land, making the world stronger. Moreover, this change could not be completed in a short period of time. It was believed that in the next tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, the cultivation environment in the untainted land would become better and better. This was the merit of Feng Zichen and the countless sword cultivators in the untainted land. As expected, during this period of time, their luck would rise all the way. They would act as if the heavens were helping them, and their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. After the appearance of the 10,000 swords, Heavenly Tao Hongjun opened his hand and suddenly grabbed at the void. At this moment, the world became still and completely lost its sound. After a while, the world returned to normal, and a scroll appeared in Heavenly Tao Hongjun's hand, emitting supreme sword intent. When the Khanate sword Tao was just born, there was no item to suppress luck. I'll give you this sword diagram to suppress the luck of the sword Tao. Heavenly Tao Hongjun said as he threw the sword diagram in his hand to Feng Zichen. Swords were murderous weapons. However, no matter how extraordinary a weapon was, it could not suppress one's luck or absorb merit. It was a weapon that was a Khanate spirit treasure or Khanate supreme treasure. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would integrate the merit of the sword Tao into Zichen's sword to improve its grade. The 10,000 sword diagram was a supreme grade Khanate spirit treasure. It had 45 Khanate divine restrictions that could suppress luck. It was second only to Khanate cardinal treasures. This diagram could also be called the Untainted Land Sword Record. It recorded all the famous swords, sword intents, and even all the experts of the sword Tao in the Untainted Land. In the future, if someone achieved the heaven immortal realm with the Khanate sword Tao, or if a peerless sword was born, or if a supreme sword intent was born, they would automatically appear in the 10,000 sword diagram. Only Feng Zichen could see them. Moreover, there were countless sword intents in the 10,000 sword diagram, which contained the insights of countless sword cultivators. With this diagram in hand, it would be difficult for one's sword Tao cultivation to not improve. Of course, the sword Dao was famous for its strong offensive power. As a sword Dao treasure, the 10,000 sword diagram's function was not as simple as auxiliary. It was also an offensive treasure. With a shake of the sword diagram, hundreds of millions of sword chi were released, sweeping through the untainted land, shattering the universe and shaking the universe. It was extremely powerful. Thank you, Heavenly Dao. After putting away the sword diagram, Feng Zichen bowed to Heavenly Dao and said, Thou hast made great contributions to the untainted land. In the future, thou shalt have the supreme Dao. Nodding to Feng Zichen, Heavenly Dao Hongjun promised him. Then, Heavenly Dao Hongjuan's figure slowly disappeared and returned to the Heavenly Dao space. Farewell, Heavenly Dao. Hearing this, Feng Zichen could not help but be overjoyed. In the future, if one died, there would be no future. Since the Heavenly Dao had promised to give him the Supreme Dao in the future, it meant that he would not be in danger of dying before he obtained the Supreme Dao. This was better than any benefit. With the disappearance of Heavenly Dao Hongjun, the North Sea gradually regained its calmness. It was as white as snow. Only Feng Zichen stood above the void. He was wearing a feather robe and a star crown. He looked handsome, and his feather robe fluttered in the breeze. He looked refined. His figure was as tall as heaven and earth. He was simple and unadorned, and he was like a peerless divine sword. He showed his sharpness, and his aura pierced through the 9 layers of clouds. He was extremely extraordinary. At this moment, Feng Zichen attracted the attention of the entire untainted land. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of colorful clouds. There were all kinds of innate divine light flowing, making him look endless and majestic. He was the sword ancestor of the untainted land, the authentic Pangu. He was the only one in the untainted land who could bloom the flower of heavenly Dao and the flower of earth. At this moment, Feng Zichen was extremely brilliant. Even the glory of the saint was overshadowed by him. Chapter 230. Raising his head to look at the sky, Feng Zichen had a feeling. As long as he wanted, he could imprint the path of stars that he had cultivated in the great chaos of the outer realm on the origin of heaven and earth at any time. It would connect with the path of stars of the primordial world and undergo a second enlightenment. The path of stars was within reach for him. However, every time Feng Zichen wanted to put this idea into practice, Lin Mengya's eyes lit up. A great sense of fear would rise in his heart. It was as if there was a certain death crisis waiting for him in the path of stars. Feng Zichen understood that it was Donghuang Tai and Di Jun. Their imprints were in the path of stars. Anyone who wanted to attain the path of stars would be attacked by the Donghuang Bell with all their might. Zhouxing was the foundation of the demon race. Tai and Di Jun would not allow outsiders to touch them. On the Emperor Star, every time Feng Zichen looked at the path of stars, he could see 2 terrifying figures firmly suppressing the path of stars. If the demon race is not eliminated, I know, anyone in the primordial world will never have the chance to attain the path of stars without Di Jun's permission. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, whether it was from the perspective of his race or his own orthodoxy, the demon race was Feng Zichen's greatest enemy and the biggest obstacle on his path to attaining the path. Fortunately, during the trip to the ultimate, Feng Zichen had obtained a shocking opportunity and was able to attain the path in the great chaos of the outer realm. He had bypassed Tai and Di Jun and cultivated the path of stars, Daoist Jingxian. Otherwise, in the primordial world, he would have either attained other connate paths or been killed by the Donghuang Bell when he attained the path of stars. There was no chance of luck. Poor Wei Zenyuanzi, Kuan Peng, greets fellow Daoist Zichen. While Feng Zichen was deep in thought, Zenyuanzi and Kuan Peng rushed over when they saw the power of the path of heaven dissipate. Zichen greets the 2 of you. If it was in the past, Feng Zichen wouldn't have dared to address these 2 as fellow Daoists. He could only consider himself as a junior. But now, it was different. Not to mention his identity as the authentic Pangu, just his identity as the ancestor of the sword Dao was not something that he could easily lower his head to. If Feng Zichen were to bow down to someone, wouldn't that mean that his innate sword Dao was inferior to his opponent? Therefore, unless it was someone who was absolutely close to him, even if it was a saint, he could still call them fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist, in the primordial world, you created something out of nothing and created the connate sword Dao. It benefited all living beings and strengthened the essence of the world. There will be immeasurable merit. His ability far surpasses mine. This poor Wei truly admires him. Zenuanzi bowed to Feng Zichen and praised. Fellow Daoist, you flatter me. Compared to you, what Zichen has done is nothing. Fellow Daoist, you lived alone at the junction of the East and the West and blocked the barren aura of the West with your own strength. You made it impossible for the East to get close to the East, so that the East would not follow in the footsteps of the West and create the prosperity of the East today. This is a move that benefits all living beings in the primordial world. Only in this way can it be called a great merit. If it weren't for you, how could Zichen be as powerful as he is today? Shaking his head with a smile, Feng Zichen said. Feng Zichen was still very respectful to Zenuanzi. After all living beings in the East were born with his protection. Fellow Daoist, you are a little modest. There are many experts who use swords in the primordial world. Fellow Daoists Xianxia, Di Jun, and Mingyi are the best among them. They have been cultivating for countless years, but they never thought that you could think of and do what we can't do by establishing a connate Dao with the sword in your hand. Just based on this point, you are far better than us. Without waiting for Zenuanzi to reply, Kuan-Peng said from the side. Fellow Daoist Kuan-Peng created the demon language, recorded the history of the demon race, and passed down the order of the demon race. It made the inheritance of the demon race orderly, had a history to follow, and continued to grow. Zichen is also very impressed. Feng Zichen replied after bowing to Kuan-Peng. No matter what the character of Patriarch Kuan-Peng was, his wisdom was indeed admirable. Before him, there were only connate divine runes in the primordial world. There were no other words. It was he, Kuan-Peng, who created the demon language in the Demon Master Hall. This was the first language born in the primordial world. It shocked the world and made ghosts and gods cry. That was how Kuan-Peng's position as the demon master came from. Moreover, the later shaman language, as well as the Dao language created by Feng Zichen, and the various words of the later generations were all inspired and created by Kuan-Peng. His act of creating the demon language had a far-reaching impact, and others could not help but admire him. Just like that, the three of them flattered each other for a while. In these days, who could stand out from a group of connate god fiends and become the top great divine ability of the primordial world? Which one of them did not do things of great merit that affected the primordial world for countless years? Otherwise, with so many connate god fiends and everyone's aptitude was about the same, why could they stand at the peak of the primordial world while others could not? It could be said that there was no great merit to accompany you, unless you could prove your Dao with strength. Otherwise, no matter how hard you worked, no matter how amazing you were, Daoist Jingxian would be your limit. There was no possibility of you becoming a sage to be. Because the heavenly Dao did not allow it. This was also the reason why the sage to be disappeared in the later generations, and Daoist Jingxian was the peak. Things of great merit had long been done by people in the primordial age, the ancient age. Countless years ago. The later generations no longer had any merit to do, so they naturally could not become sage to be. In the long run, the sage to be did not appear in the world for a long time. Wouldn't the primordial world be Daoist Jingxian's world? Fellow Daoist, it's a pity for you to stay at the East Sea with your status. Why don't you join the heavenly court and build a great cause so that you can live up to your abilities? When you created the connate sword Dao, His Majesty also helped you. I think His Majesty will be very happy for you to join. Now, there are still a few lords of the 9 heavens. If you go to the heavenly court, you will have a bright future. After a while, Daoist Kuan-Peng suddenly suggested to Feng Zichen. His words were full of temptation, as if he could get the position of Lord of the Heavens if he went to the heavenly court. However, Feng Zichen could not wait to hide from Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun. Why would he take the initiative to go to the heavenly court and wander around under their eyes? Just as he was about to refuse, Feng Zichen heard Zenyuanzi beside him persuade him. Fellow Daoist, you must not. The heavenly court is a place where karma is entangled. How can it be a place where cultivators of our generation live for a long time? You are the orthodox Pangu, the primordial sword ancestor. It is easy for you to achieve the great Tao. Why do you have to go to a quagmire like the heavenly court and get dirty? As he spoke, Zenyuanzi turned his head and shouted at Kuanpeng. Kuanpeng scoundrel, what are your intentions for dragging fellow Daoist Zichen into the heavenly court? The heavenly court was where the world operated. Naturally, it had endless creation. It was the easiest to obtain merit from this place. However, because of the importance of the heavenly court, there was also endless karma gathered here. If one was not careful, they would be entangled with karma and be doomed eternally. That was also the reason why there were countless great mystical abilities in the primordial world, but few people joined the heavenly court. He was really afraid. Before he could get any benefits, he would be tainted with karma, causing his cultivation to be unable to improve. When the Great Tribulation broke out, he would die. Hundreds of millions of years of cultivation would turn into flowing water. Only those zenith heaven golden immortals who could not gather enough merit to become sage to be would join the celestial court when they had no other choice and slowly accumulate merit. At that moment, Feng Zichen did not lack merit and luck. He was only short of time to become a great mystical ability. Chapter 231. If he were to join the heavenly court now, it would be the greatest disadvantage for Feng Zichen. Kuanpeng invited him to join the heavenly court. Regardless of whether his intention was good or bad, the future caused by it was bound to be bad. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Zenyuanzi's character was not bad since he could become good friends with Taoist Red Cloud, who was known as a good man. However, compared to Taoist Red Cloud, he knew when to advance and when to retreat. Therefore, Zenyuanzi, who had such a character, was afraid that Feng Zichen would be deceived by Kuanpeng after hearing Taoist Kuanpeng's words. Zenyuanzi, you've gone too far. The heavenly court is not something you can talk nonsense about. As one of the leaders of the heavenly court, Zenyuanzi spoke ill of the heavenly court in front of him. If Kuanpeng did not say anything, people would look down on the heavenly court when this matter spread. Immediately, Kuanpeng was angry and said to Zenyuanzi angrily. Zenyuanzi, you came to the North Sea to cause trouble for no reason. The Poor Way respects you as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals and has made great contributions to the East, so he tolerates you. I didn't expect that not only do you not know how to restrain yourself, but you also dare to slander the heavenly court in front of the Poor Way. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You have to know. This is the North Underworld, the Demon Master Palace. And not the fifth manor of Longevity Mountain. As he spoke, a palace surrounded by great Tao slowly appeared behind Taoist Kuanpeng. There was a strong demon aura permeating the air and enveloping the entire North Sea. This was the Demon Master Palace, the place where Kuanpeng created the demon runes. It contained the merit of educating the demon clan and was one of the treasures of the demon clan. The supreme grade Khanate merit spiritual treasure could activate the demon clan's power of destiny, and its power was shocking. Everyone in the untainted land knows about the heavenly court. There is no need for the Poor Way to slander it. Zenyuanzi first smiled contemptuously, then his face suddenly turned cold and said to Kuanpeng, "'Cause trouble for no reason?" Fellow Taoist, you have a good memory. You forget about my friend Red Cloud. However, even if you can forget, the Poor Way can't. Not to mention that this is the North Sea, even if this is the heavenly court, the Poor Way will still barge in and make you pay the price you deserve to comfort my friend's soul in heaven. A yellow book flew out of Jin Yuanzi's hand and turned into a boundless continent, floating under his feet. Instantly, turbid air gushed out from the ground. It was incomparably thick and heavy, causing the surrounding space to sink by 30%. This was the Earth Book, formed from the membrane of the Great Earth. It contained the power of the Great Earth Source, recording the changes of the Great Earth. It was a natural Great Wasteland map, just like the He Tu and Luo Shu, possessing the support of unmatched luck. With one strike, it was as if the great desolate land had crashed down. It was incomparably terrifying. It was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, one of the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man. The 2 of them had been fighting in the North Sea for tens of thousands of years. It was only because Feng Zichen's appearance that the world changed, that the 2 of them stopped temporarily. Now, because of the quarrel, their killing intent had been aroused once more, and the anger they'd accumulated earlier had erupted, and they were about to make a move. Fellow Daoists, you can't. What kind of strength do you have? If you fight, it won't be an exaggeration to say that the world will be destroyed. Who knows how many creatures will be affected and lose their lives because of it? They are so innocent. If they suffer such a calamity for nothing, wouldn't it be the fault of the 2 of you? I hope that the 2 of you can be merciful and stop for the time being. At that time, the creatures of the North Sea will definitely be grateful to the 2 of you. Seeing that the situation was at loggerheads, Feng Zichen hurriedly stepped forward to persuade them. Not to mention that there were countless creatures in the North Sea, and many people would die because of the battle between the 2 of them. Feng Zichen was in the middle of the 2 of them. If they fought, with his Daoist Jinxian's cultivation, it would be completely insufficient. If he was careless, he would be in danger of dying. As such, Feng Zichen didn't dare to let them fight. At the very least, they couldn't fight in the North Sea. At the same time, he was cursing in his heart. If the 2 of you really want to fight to the death, the chaos outside the sky is boundless. No matter how fierce the fight there is, no one will care. What's going on in the North Sea? Feng Zichen's words were reasonable, but the 2 of them were furious and didn't listen at all. They each rode their Dharma treasures and were about to attack each other. Rumble. Just as the 2 supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures were about to collide, a divine light suddenly descended from the 9 heavens. It was majestic and vast. Although it was called divine light, it was actually more like a boundless galaxy. It hung down and drowned Zenyuanzi and Kuan-Peng, forcibly separating them. Then, in the roar of the great Tao, a brilliant figure walked out of the void and descended into the world. It was Saint Nuwa. Fellow Daoists, please stop. You are all the few great divine powers in the primordial world, people who exist with the Tao. How can you not know that the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life and humans have compassion? Why do you have to fight here and implicate hundreds of millions of creatures and commit endless sins? Even if you are not afraid of karma, you should think about your disciples. Fellow Daoists, they became your disciples in pursuit of the great Tao, in order to transcend fate. When the time comes, don't let the karma affect your disciples, causing them to be unable to improve their cultivation. Then they will become a joke in the primordial world. After Nuwa appeared, she first withdrew the divine powers that shrouded the 2 of them. Then she bowed and persuaded them slowly. You're right, fellow Daoist Nuwa. We were too reckless. After being forcibly separated, Zenyuanzi and Kuan-Peng also calmed down. They tidied their robes and bowed to Nuwa, saying in unison. I didn't expect that poor Wei's momentary mistake would lead to such a big mistake and implicate countless creatures in the North Sea. It's really poor Wei's fault. Looking at the messy North Sea, Zenyuanzi said with some sorrow. Then, he picked up the earth book and waved it. Endless turbid earth chi hung down and kept surging above the sea, gradually forming a continent. Poor Wei has nothing. The only thing I can do for the creatures in the North Sea is to open up a blessed land for them to live and reproduce. This blessed land was opened by the earth book. Its origin is rich and is not weaker than ordinary blessed lands in the primordial world. Let it be the poor Wei's compensation. Zenyuanzi pointed at the continent and said. The earth book was connected to the origin of the primordial world. The blessed land opened by it contained a trace of the origin power of the earth. It was very magical and endless. It could constantly absorb the chi of the earth vein to grow. Only the origin power of the earth could resist the invasion of the connate coldness of the North Sea. Otherwise, with Kuan Peng's means, it would have opened up many blessed lands in the North Sea. It would not have made the current North Sea a glacier without any traces of people. It was because the Khanate coldness was too strong. No matter how many blessed lands there were in the North Sea, they could not resist its invasion and gradually turned into wastelands and glaciers. Humph. Seeing this, Kuan Peng snorted coldly but did not say anything. He was the actual master of the North Sea. He benefited the most from Zenyuanzi's actions. What else could he say? Feng Zichen, who was at the side, was secretly shocked when he saw this scene. In the end, it was because of the difference in strength. The same words, when spoken by people of different strengths, would result in different results. Zenyuanzi and Kuan Peng did not even listen to Feng Zichen's words. As soon as Nuwa said that, they immediately stopped and looked regretful. They immediately made up for it. The two of them stopped, and the haze that shrouded the hearts of countless creatures in the North Sea instantly dissipated, allowing them to relax. Then, they saw a piece of land appear out of thin air above the North Sea. The Khanate chi inside was like clouds and mist, surrounded by the chi of creation. It was extraordinary. Under the display of the heavenly secrets, they immediately understood that the ancestors of the earth immortals could not bear to see the bitter cold of the North Sea and the suffering of hundreds of millions of creatures. They deliberately used their great mystical abilities to open up a Khanate blessed land for them to live and reproduce. After all, they were the incarnations of the great Tao, the Khanate god-fiends born by heaven and earth, the children of the world, and the top great mystical abilities of the primordial world. The heavenly Tao had to take care of their dignity and voluntarily concealed the truth of the matter. It beautified the disaster that they had caused because of their personal grudges and turned it into a move that benefited the living beings of the North Sea. It did not mention a word about the slaughter caused by their previous battle. However, the heavenly Tao was fair in the end. Although it did not say it, it would still secretly record it and wait to settle it in the future. To the heavenly Tao, merit was merit, and mistakes were mistakes. It could only weaken the calamity with merit, but it could not offset each other. Otherwise, why would there be such a move of first punishing and then rewarding? Couldn't they just offset each other? Ancestor of the 5 cardinal points is merciful. We will never forget today's kindness. For a moment, the living beings of the North Sea knelt down and kowtowed to the ancestor of the 5 cardinal points. Clearly, they had long forgotten who had caused the calamity of the North Sea. That's right. The moment the heavenly secrets appeared, an invisible force descended and distorted all the karma in this place. It made everything look like what the heavenly secrets showed. That was the sorrow of low-level cultivators. Their realms were not as good as Daoist Jinxian's. They could not even detect that their memories had been silently tampered with. In the dark, Feng Zichen secretly glanced at Zenyuanzi and realized that his expression was normal. He did not look embarrassed at all. Obviously, it was not the first time he had experienced such a thing. No wonder. In the legends of the later generations, as long as they are still alive, they are all incomparably grand and righteous. Any one of his deeds will make the future generations feel deeply moved. It turns out that the dark history of them has been covered up by the heavenly Tao, causing the future generations to not be able to see and pursue it. That makes them look like the incarnation of justice. Only those mighty figures who died in the long river of time were abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Only then did the deeds of harming the primordial world spread out and be known by the future generations. The legends of the later generations cannot be trusted. At that moment, Feng Zichen seemed to have figured something out. Not all the dead mighty figures were bad. Only the dead mighty figures who had lost the cover of the heavenly Tao would become bad. The living mighty figures had the cover of the heavenly Tao. Of course, they were all good. As for the remaining mighty figures, only the heavens knew what they were like. Chapter 232. That's right. How could there be so many righteous figures in the primordial world? All of them look so perfect and flawless. No matter how I look at it, it feels fake. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen thought. In this world, apart from the great Tao of the chaos outside the realm, nothing was perfect. Even Pangu was only infinitely close to perfection, but not truly perfect. Perfection was what Pangu and all the living beings in the world were pursuing. If even Pangu could not do it, how could the mighty figures of the primordial world do it? Fake. It was too fake. However, on second thought, Feng Zichen could also enjoy the treatment that they could enjoy. This made him much more excited. In other words, from now on, Feng Zichen would also become an incomparably righteous figure in the primordial world and be respected by all the living beings in the primordial world. In life, who didn't want to have a better image? Fellow Daoist Zichen, if you have time in the future, you can come to Longevity Mountain for a chat. Poor Wei still has something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Zenyuanzi put away the earth book, first bowed to Nuwa, then turned to Feng Zichen and said, "If I have time, I'll definitely visit you." With a smile, Feng Zichen replied, "Okay." Nodding, Zenyuanzi's figure flashed and disappeared from the North Sea. Fellow Daoist, I hope you can consider what poor Wei said. The heavenly court is the center of the primordial world. That is the place where we can show off our skills. After Zenyuanzi left, Kunpeng did not want to stay here for long. He continued to persuade Feng Zichen. Without waiting for him to reply, he said to Nuwa, "Fellow Nuwa, there have been a series of changes in the North Sea. Poor Wei still needs to appease the living beings here. I'll take my leave first. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, if you have something to do, go and do it as soon as possible. Don't worry about poor Wei." Nuwa waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "Feng Zichen greets the Holy Mother." After Kunpeng left, Feng Zichen stepped forward and bowed to Nuwa respectfully. There's no need for such formalities. With a wave of her hand, she lifted Feng Zichen up. Nuwa smiled and said, "When I first met you, you were just a child who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. At that time, you were in the lesser heaven stage, a stage that had never appeared in the primordial era. From that moment on, I knew that you were destined to be extraordinary. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. With your great wisdom, you established the Tao of gods and devils, opening up a great path to the heavens for the creatures after heaven. Even though I knew that you were extraordinary, I still didn't expect that in just over 100,000 years, you would complete the heaven-defying change of fate. Not only did you attain the Tao of Daoist Xianxia, but you also transformed from a creature after heaven to an authentic Pangu. In terms of background, even I am far inferior to you. In the primordial era, only the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral shamans can be compared to you." Nuwa was not surprised that Feng Zichen could cultivate the Daoist Xianxia. After all, he was an existence who could open up the path of Tao for countless creatures after heaven at a young age. His wisdom was something she had never seen in her life. It could be said that it would be strange if Feng Zichen could not become the Daoist Xianxia. Even if Feng Zichen only used more than 100,000 years to cultivate the Daoist Xianxia, Nuwa was only surprised, not shocked. What really surprised her was that Feng Zichen had become the authentic Pangu. This was simply impossible. In the entire primordial era, there were countless innate god-fiends born from the flesh and blood of Pangu. There were only 15 who claimed to be the authentic Pangu. Countless innate fiend gods yearned for the identity of the true Pangu clan. Others did not know the origin of Feng Zichen, but Nuwa knew it very well. He was Feng Zichen, a postnatal creature, and had nothing to do with the great Taoist priests of Pangu. How could he surpass the innate god-fiends born from the flesh and blood of Pangu and obtain the approval of the will of Pangu before them and become the 16th authentic Pangu of the primordial era? It was a coincidence. It's all thanks to the favor of the great Taoist priests. Feng Zichen said modestly as he bowed in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Attaining the Tao in the chaos outside the realm was one of his greatest secrets. It was also his hope of attaining the Tao in the future. At the same time, it was also his resurrection. However, it was not appropriate to mention it to outsiders. The heavens were impermanent and moved with the world. If he did not become a saint, he would be blessed by the heavens today. However, who could guarantee that the heavens would always be blessed by the heavens? It was always good to have an additional path of resurrection. That's right. Without the approval of the great Taoist priests, even if your talent is amazing in the primordial era, you can only become an innate god fiend and not an authentic Pangu. Feng Zichen's casual reason sounded quite reasonable to Nuwa. The most difficult thing to become an authentic Pangu was to obtain the approval of the will of Pangu. A group of innate god fiends born from the flesh and blood of Pangu were stuck here. No matter how hard they tried, they could not obtain the approval of the will of Pangu and transform into an authentic Pangu. On the contrary, as long as they could obtain the approval of the will of Pangu, no matter what their background was, they could become an authentic Pangu. Although Feng Zichen did not obtain the approval of the will of Pangu, he had obtained the approval of the great Tao and had the same effect. At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but be speechless. He had only said a few words humbly. Who knew that Nuwa would imagine so much? To be honest, Nuwa's thoughts made sense. If she had not experienced it herself, she would have believed it. However, seeing that Nuwa had misunderstood, Feng Zichen was happy. He did not explain and changed the topic. I have to thank the goddess for helping me out. If the two of them really fought, I would be in trouble. If Nuwa was really thinking about the living beings of the North Sea, she would have persuaded the two of them to leave before Zenuanzi and Kuanpeng started fighting. Why wait until now? She had clearly come to the North Sea at this time to help Feng Zichen. However, she was worried about his face and was afraid that he would be looked down upon by the mighty figures of the primordial world. That was why she used saving the living beings of the North Sea as an excuse. Feng Zichen was a smart person. How could he not see Nuwa's intention? It doesn't matter. Even without the two of them, I would have come here. You have established the Khanate sword principle this time and made a name for yourself in the primordial world. It can be said that you have greatly improved my reputation. Naturally, I have to give you some benefits. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it is within my ability, I can give it to you. Apart from luck, the only thing that saints fought for was their pride. Feng Zichen was Nuwa's disciple. He had caused such a big commotion in the primordial world, which naturally greatly improved Nuwa's reputation. It made him better than the other saints and let him have a good time. Therefore, she was naturally very happy. She could not help but walk down from the palace of Empress Hua and wanted to reward Feng Zichen. Your Highness, I want. Hearing Nuwa's words, Feng Zichen's first reaction was that he wanted to obtain the Khanate Taiyin origin. This item was extremely important to him. With this item, he could cultivate the peerless magic, the Khanate Taiyin divine light. At that time, coupled with the Khanate Taiyang divine light on his body, he could cultivate the supreme magic, the Khanate Yin-Yang divine light. If he could combine it with the Khanate five elements divine light and evolve it further, he could cultivate the legendary magic, the Khanate Yin-Yang divine light. He could comprehend the wonders of Yin and Yang and the five elements and produce endless creation. The Khanate Taiyin origin existed on the Taiyin star. If Feng Zichen wanted to get it, it would be extremely difficult. However, Nuwa was different. They were both primordial goddesses and had listened to the Tao together in the Purple Cloud Palace. The two of them were naturally very familiar with each other. Not to mention, she was the matchmaker and presided over the wedding of Dijun and Shihi. With the friendship between the two of them, if Nuwa asked Shihi for the Khanate Taiyin origin, Shihi would not refuse. Therefore, without thinking, Feng Zichen was about to blurt out that he wanted the Khanate Taiyin origin. However, as soon as he said that, he saw the merit behind him from the corner of his eye. With a boom, it was like a bolt of thunder in his mind. A bold idea that would affect the future of the human race appeared in his mind. It was extremely strong and could not be dismissed. He forcefully changed the words that he was about to blurt out. Goddess, I want to borrow your cauldron of heaven and earth. Once he said that, there was no way to change it. Feng Zichen could only continue according to the thoughts in his mind. I once heard that the Khanate treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth, is the #1 refining treasure in the primordial world. It can refine all the treasures in the world and has the ability to go against the Khanate. It can refine Khanate spirit treasures. Now, I have some treasures that I want to refine into a handy magic weapon, but I can't find a suitable refining magic weapon. I just heard that the cauldron of heaven and earth is in your hands. Therefore, Zichen would like to borrow this treasure from you, goddess. After saying that, Feng Zichen bowed to Nuwa. Refined treasures? I didn't expect you to be so rich. Looking at Feng Zichen in surprise, Nuwa said with a smile. Ordinary treasures could not use the cauldron of heaven and earth. Only some top Khanate spirit treasures could use this treasure. Feng Zichen wanted to borrow the cauldron of heaven and earth from her. It seemed that he had a lot of treasures on him. However, although she was surprised, Nuwa did not refuse. It was just lending, not giving. She would not be reluctant to part with it. Although the cauldron of heaven and earth has the ability to go against the Khanate, this function can only be used once every million years. Even if I lend it to you, you can only use it once. You should use it carefully. Moreover, the cauldron of heaven and earth can only refine Khanate spirit treasures at most. As for supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures, it can't do anything. Taking out the cauldron of heaven and earth, Nuwa handed it to Feng Zichen while reminding him. The ability to go against the Khanate was too heaven-defying. Even if the cauldron of heaven and earth was a Khanate treasure, it could not be used without restrictions. Otherwise, if the cauldron of heaven and earth could continuously refine Khanate spirit treasures, the primordial world would be in chaos. Supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures were created by the Great Tao. They gathered the spiritual opportunity of heaven and earth and seized the fortune of the universe. They were born with the luck of heaven and earth and had unique characteristics. They had endless wonders and could not be refined by humans. The cauldron of heaven and earth was the strongest, but it was far inferior to the primordial world. Naturally, it could not refine supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures. Chapter 233. 1 cauldron, 2 ears, 3 legs. It symbolized that Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. This was the Khanate cardinal treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, glistening with green light and making the universe hazy. It was like the carrier of the world, the embodiment of the universe. It contained the truth of the great Tao and emitted the qi of origin. According to legend, after the demon god who dominated the great Tao of heaven and earth fell, his body fell into the untainted land and combined with the chaotic vital qi to give birth to a top-level chaotic spiritual treasure, the heaven and earth creation cauldron. The moment this treasure was born, it possessed the power to shake the universe. Because it was formed from the body of the chaos demon god, it inherited the monstrous resentment of the chaos demon god after its death. Therefore, this treasure took advantage of the fact that the primordial world hadn't stabilized completely to suddenly erupt with divine might, and it drew upon the energy of creation in the world with the intention of shattering the grand Tao of the universe and destroying the primordial world. However, as Pangu transformed into all living things, his essence, qi, and soul merged with the will of the primordial world, giving birth to the 3 Daos of man, earth, and heaven. Driven by instinct, the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man suddenly attacked. They activated the power of the untainted land and Pangu's remaining power and smashed the heaven and earth creation cauldron into pieces. 50% of its fragments fused with the origin of the universe to form the cauldron of heaven and earth, which fell into the hands of the celestial master of the celestial sect of wonders. Later, ancestor Qingquan died in the immortal slaying formation, and this treasure fell into the hands of Taoist Hongjun. When the Purple Cloud Palace was conferred the position of saint, Daoist Hongjun had given this treasure to Nuwa so that she could use it to suppress her destiny. 30% of the fragments fused with the origin of creation to form the supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the Cauldron of Creation. As soon as the cauldron appeared, it disappeared into the primordial world and had yet to appear. The remaining 20% of the fragments were divided into 9 pieces and scattered all over the primordial world. Later, it was obtained by you, the great of the human race. He used the power of the human race to refine it into 9 cauldrons to suppress the destiny of the human race. Taking the cauldron of heaven and earth from Nuwa, Feng Zichen felt a huge force coming at him. It was as if a part of the world of heaven and earth was pressing down on him, causing his arms to sink. The cauldron of heaven and earth, as its name implied, was a world of its own. How could it be light? It must be incomparably heavy. As a saint, Nuwa could easily pick up 100 or even 1,000 square meters of space, let alone a single world. However, it was different for Feng Zichen. It was difficult for the Daoist Jingxian to lift the cauldron of heaven and earth. He couldn't help but bend down and exert all the strength in his body. Only then was he able to lift the cauldron of heaven and earth so that it wouldn't slip out of his hands and make a fool of himself. Good treasure. Feng Zichen praised as he looked at the cauldron of heaven and earth in his hand. One had to know that he was an existence that proved his Tao through strength. His strength was far beyond the imagination of the world. Even so, it was extremely strenuous for him to lift the cauldron of heaven and earth. In terms of weight alone, the cauldron of heaven and earth could probably suppress a Daoist Jingxian. From this, one could see how powerful this treasure was. I have no use for this cauldron at the moment, so I'll lend it to you for a period of time. I'm sure you'll have enough time to refine quite a few spirit treasures for the human race. After Feng Zichen put away the cauldron of heaven and earth, Nuwa said with a smile. Holy Mother of Mercy, hearing this, Feng Zichen was overjoyed. He had thought that he would have to return the cauldron of heaven and earth after refining a magic treasure. He didn't expect Nuwa to be so generous as to lend it to him for a period of time. This way, he would be able to do a lot of things. All right, don't thank me. Waving her hand, she interrupted Feng Zichen's words of gratitude. Nuwa asked, what are your plans for the future? While presiding over the affairs of the human race, I'll search for opportunities in the tunnel, hoping to bear the tunnel flower and obtain the great Taoist priest's karma. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen replied. Of course, he had many plans, but it was not convenient for him to tell others. At the moment, 2 of his 3 flowers had bloomed, and he still lacked the tunnel flower. He could use this as an excuse. Great Taoist priests. That's right. You can be said to be the first person in the primordial world to bloom the flower of the heavenly Tao and the flower of the human Tao. You're only 1 step away from the legendary great Taoist priest's karma. It would be a pity if you give up now. Nuwa understood Feng Zichen's thoughts very well. Putting herself in his shoes, if she were in Feng Zichen's current state, she would also attack the great Taoist priest's karma. That was the great Taoist priests. The highest achievement of Daoist Jingxian. The Daoist Jingxian here was not the Daoist Jingxian of the primordial world, but the Daoist Jingxian of the primordial era. It was the Daoist Jingxian of the sage-to-be realm. It was the real Khanate Taoist priests. The great Taoist priests, in other words, was the first person below the saints. The tunnel contains all things. It is the path of creation and the path of all things. All life, death, and reincarnation in the primordial world are in it. If you want to refine the tunnel flower, you still need to put in more effort on the path of creation and life and death. The path of creation and the tunnel overlapped a lot. As the highest achiever of the path of creation, Nuwa did not specialize in the tunnel, but it was inevitable that she had some understanding of the tunnel by analogy. Therefore, she reminded Feng Zichen. Thank you, Your Highness. Zichen will remember it. Feng Zichen bowed and thanked her. Although he had a complete plan in his heart, Nuwa's advice could also provide him with a lot of help. It's good that you know what to do. Nodding, Nuwa suddenly said, oh, right. Master has already erased the demon ancestor's divine will from the pagoda that I took from you last time. You can use it now. The pagoda symbolizes the return of all spirits. It contains the great Tao of death and a portion of the Tao of life. With this pagoda in hand, it might help you comprehend the tunnel. Nuwa flipped her hand and took out the pagoda. She handed it to Feng Zichen. In order to control the authority of death, the demon ancestor Rahu had created the pagoda, a supreme treasure. He wanted to use this pagoda to evolve the world of death and establish the return of the dead. Life and death were important parts of the tunnel. Therefore, it was not impossible to use the authority of death to trace the mighty power of the tunnel. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Dao Ancestor. After receiving the pagoda, Feng Zichen said excitedly. This Dharma treasure was in the hands of Dao Ancestor Hong Jun. After going through it, all the hidden dangers were gone. It could be used normally. He no longer had to worry about demon ancestor Rahu's plot. Moreover, the power of the pagoda was close to that of a Khanate cardinal treasure. It was not weaker than any Khanate spirit treasure. It could be connected to the origin of death and had a trace of primordial chaos Dao runes. It was a rare supreme treasure in the primordial world. With this pagoda in hand, Daoist Jinxian's chances of breaking through to the primordial chaos realm were higher than others. Anyone who obtained this pagoda would be excited. This matter is over. I should leave. With that said, Niwa waved her hand and scattered boundless creation aura. It enveloped the entire North Sea, bathing all the living beings in North Sea in the creation aura. After all, they had come in the name of saving the living beings in North Sea. It was not right to leave without giving them some benefits. Therefore, Niwa scattered the creation aura to raise the foundation of the living beings in North Sea to understand the karma of this matter. Also, you should know that the heavenly courts is not a good place. Do not form a karma with them. Before leaving, Niwa suddenly reminded Feng Zichen. With that, her figure disappeared and returned to Niwa Palace. Farewell, Your Majesty. Looking in the direction Niwa left, Feng Zichen said with some envy. A sage could reach any place in the untainted land with just a thought. It was really enviable. The heavenly courts. I'm not sick. Why would I go there to court death? At this time, Di Jun might have the intention of recruiting him. However, when the untainted land geomancy map appeared and the wizard tribe's strength increased greatly, Di Jun would tear him apart. Running to the heavenly courts now was equivalent to sitting at the mouth of a volcano that could erupt at any time. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be doomed eternally. After bowing to the North Pole, Feng Zichen turned and flew toward the chaos outside the sky. That was the chaos that belonged to the untainted land. Although it was also full of danger, it was many times safer than the chaos outside the world. Daoist Jinxian entered it. As long as he was careful, he would not encounter the danger of dying. This time, Feng Zichen even borrowed the Khanate supreme treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth. The treasure he refined was definitely beyond imagination. It was bound to alarm the entire untainted land. In order to avoid attracting the attention of outsiders, the chaos outside the sky was the safest. No matter what he did, the impact on the untainted land would be minimal. Boom! Arriving in the sky, Feng Zichen suddenly moved. A terrifying power erupted from his body, shattering the endless void and opening a passage that led directly to the chaos outside the sky. This energy wasn't magic power, nor was it the energy of the great Tao. It was purely the energy of the physical body. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely be extremely shocked. After the 6 sages appeared, the spacetime of the untainted land became abnormally stable and could not be easily shaken. Only Daoist Jinxian could use the power of the Great Path to shatter the void. Feng Zichen could shatter the void with just the power of his physical body. It was enough to show his strength. If he used the power of the Great Path, it would be terrible. Using strength to prove one's Tao was so powerful. The aura of chaos here is much more docile than that of the great chaos outside the realm. It was Feng Zichen's first time in the chaos outside the sky. There was still some difference between what he saw and what he thought. In his opinion, the chaos outside the sky that made even Daoist Jinxian feel a sense of danger should not have the scene of destruction, but it should have ups and downs, stirring up endless waves of chaos and surging violently. Unfortunately, although the aura of chaos here was rolling endlessly, and there were earth, fire, water, and wind, the power was too weak. It was far less magnificent than the great chaos outside the realm. It hit his body lazily. Not only did it not make Feng Zichen feel uncomfortable, but it made him feel abnormally comfortable. Awesome! After taking a breath of the aura of chaos, Feng Zichen felt comfortable all over and could not help but moan. Then, he found a place and sat down cross-legged to sense the heavenly path space. Fortunately, the chaos here was located in the untainted land. It was not like the great chaos outside the realm, where there was no concept of space-time. Feng Zichen's spiritual sense connected with the heavenly path space without any hindrance. Heavenly path space, open. A purple light flashed between his eyebrows. Feng Zichen's connate indestructible true spirit took a step out of the school of the Emperor's Star, left his body, crossed the boundless void, and arrived at the 36th level of the heavenly path space. Rumble. The connate sword Dao automatically appeared and turned into 365 connate runes. They constantly alternated, giving birth to endless runes that covered the entire heavenly path space. Chapter 234. From the 39th floor to the first floor, the entire 39th floor of the heavenly Dao space was covered with connate runes. They were densely packed and innumerable. With a buzzing sound, the connate runes suddenly disappeared and were imprinted in the heavenly Dao space. Then, specks of light appeared and gradually gathered into a ball in the air. It was shaped like a fruit and was dazzling. Connate Dao runes filled the air. It was a Dao fruit. The Daluo Dao fruit that belonged to the connate sword Dao. As soon as the Daluo Dao fruit appeared, it fell into Feng Zichen's body, causing his aura to soar by a small margin. At this time, Feng Zichen could be considered as the Daluo Xianxia that truly belonged to the primordial world. Previously, he had only established the connate sword Dao and did not use it to prove his Dao. The Daluo power in his body came from the Dao of the stars. It was the Dao of the chaos, not the Dao of the primordial world. Now that the Daluo Dao fruit had entered his body, Feng Zichen could be considered to have proven the connate sword Dao. He had truly cultivated the Daluo Xianxia in the primordial world and was immortal. This is considered the second time I've proven my Dao. Feeling the skyrocketing power in his body, Feng Zichen muttered to himself. First, he had proven the Dao of the stars in the great chaos of the outer realm. Now, he had proven the connate sword Dao in the primordial world. In total, he had done it twice. Soon, Feng Zichen would try to prove the Dao of the connate 5 elements. In that case, he would have proven his Dao 3 times. His strength would definitely be greatly improved. In the competition between Daluo Xianxia, it was no longer important whether one's Dharma power was strong or not. They mainly relied on the power of their own great Dao. They used their own great Dao to affect the rules of heaven and earth and erupt with destructive power. Therefore, the more great Daos they proved, the greater their influence on the rules of heaven and earth and the stronger the power they could mobilize. At the same time, it was also difficult to kill the Daluo Xianxia who had proven his Dao many times. This was because they had left imprints on too many great paths. Only by erasing these imprints one by one could they fall. After stabilizing his cultivation, Feng Zichen passed through the heavenly Dao space and arrived on the North Star. In the next moment, Feng Zichen's innate indestructible true spirit flashed and returned to the Ziwei Dao fetus. The Ziwei Dao fetus was Feng Zichen's true foundation. Now that his great Dao had been formed, he needed to return to the Dao fetus to avoid any accidents. The true spirit returned to its original position. Instantly, boundless Daoist rhymes gushed out of its body and merged with the Ziwei Daoist fetus. Gradually, the structure of the Ziwei Daoist fetus was transformed into the Pangu Daoist fetus. At the same time, in between Feng Zichen's eyebrows, the Zichen seal bestowed by the great Dao was also glowing. It was filled with Daoist rhymes and exuded an indescribable power. The purple light was sparkling as if it had merged with the starry sky. It was collecting the information that Pangu had dissipated here and transmitting it to the Ziwei Dao fetus, accelerating its transformation into the Pangu Dao fetus. In this way, when the Ziwei Dao fetus was completely mature, the innate divine being born, the Ziwei the Great, would no longer be the starry Dao body, but the Pangu Dao body. It could be called the Daoist Jingxian realm, the strongest physical body. The Ziwei star was formed from the Pangu's ancestral aperture. It has infinite creation. The ancestral aperture is the foundation of a human being. It is the residence of one's God. And the God of Pangu, long before Pangu's body transformed into all things, it had merged with the will of the primitive world and turned into the heavenly Tao. In other words, the Ziwei star is the foundation of Pangu. It is the place where his God is, the former residence of the heavenly Tao, and also the place where he was born. In this way, if the innate divine being born from the Ziwei star is not the authentic Pangu, who else can be called the authentic Pangu? Thinking of the origin of the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little excited. Although his human body was also the Pangu Dao body, it also had its flaws. That was, the human body was born postnatal and had no blood relationship with the Pangu. At this time, the primordial world was still based on birth and bloodline. Feng Zichen's birth made his identity as the authentic Pangu seem a little unjustified. It was inevitable that it would cause criticism. However, the Ziwei Dao fetus was different. He, who was born in the Ziwei star, was of the same origin as the heavenly Tao. He was the incarnation of the god of Pangu. His identity was even nobler than the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral shamans. He was the most authentic direct descendant of the Pangu in the primordial world. Otherwise, how could the great emperor of Ziwei command the stars, dominate the universe, control the laws of heaven and earth, control the life and death of the netherworld? He ruled the stars, controlled all laws, and ruled Fengdu. He was the symbol of all emperors and the most noble existence in the primordial world. It was also because of this that in the legends of later generations, there was no innate divine being born on the Ziwei star. How could the heavenly Tao allow such a heaven-defying existence to be born? Feng Zichen came. He, who had accidentally connected with the Ziwei star, prompted the Ziwei star to give birth to the Ziwei Dao fetus and obtained this heaven-defying opportunity. The heavenly Tao could not stop the birth of the Ziwei Dao fetus. No matter how heaven-defying he was still an existence of the same origin as the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao could only stop the Ziwei star from giving birth to the innate Tao fetus. It could not destroy the innate Tao fetus that had already been born. Not only that, after the birth of the great emperor of Ziwei, the heavenly Tao had to give him the greatest glory of the primordial world. It had to let everything in the world celebrate and bless his birth. The great emperor of Ziwei is already extraordinary. Now, he has obtained so many insights from Pangu's Tao body. When he is truly born, it won't be an exaggeration to say that he will be called Little Pangu. In the Ziwei Dao fetus, Feng Zichen felt the changes in his body and was pleasantly surprised. In terms of essence, the innate divine being born in the Ziwei star was the closest to Pangu. No one in the primordial world could compare to it. At this moment, he had the help of Pangu's Dao runes. Its intrinsic quality had improved a little. He really did not know how powerful he would be after he was born. Alright, it's time to get down to business. 300 years later, Feng Zichen woke up from comprehending the changes in the Ziwei Dao fetus. With a thought, the human body sitting cross-legged in the chaos outside the sky suddenly emitted a bright divine light and spread out the chaotic aura for thousands of miles. In an instant, the illusory true spirit returned. Feng Zichen's thought descended again, and the human body stood up again. Freedom is still the best. It's too boring to stay in the Ziwei Dao fetus. Feng Zichen sighed as he stretched his limbs. As long as Di Jun was alive, the Ziwei Dao fetus could not be born. It could only stay on the Ziwei star and wait for the opportunity. How troublesome. With a sigh, Feng Zichen put these troubles behind him. He took out the cauldron of heaven and earth and planned to refine a magic treasure. This time, what he wanted to refine was not an ordinary magic treasure, nor was it an innate spirit treasure. It was a status. The status that belonged to the human race, the status of the human emperor. It gathered the destiny of the human race, firm beliefs, and the spirit of self-improvement into one. It shook the human path in the unseen world, forcing him to descend and activate the cauldron of heaven and earth with all his might. He wanted to merge the three into one. Chapter 235. The development of the human race had already reached a bottleneck. Only by giving birth to an emperor who could command everything of the human race, lead the human race to the untainted land, and compete with all races for hegemony, could they take another step forward. However, the current untainted land was the most prosperous and dazzling era. There were as many Daoist Jingxian as there were stars in the sky. Sage-to-be mighty figures were all over the untainted land, and all kinds of powerful figures had gathered to suppress the universe. Even the saints did not dare to call themselves invincible. In this era where there were many strong people, Daoist Jingxian's strength was not enough. He was not qualified to call himself an emperor. At the very least, he had to be a sage-to-be expert. With Daoist Jingxian's realm, it was more than enough to call himself an emperor in the future. But at this time, if this matter was spread out, it would definitely make people laugh. Feng Zichen and the human race would also become the laughingstock of the untainted land. He, of course, was unwilling. Therefore, Feng Zichen borrowed the innate cardinal treasure cauldron of heaven and earth from Nuwa and wanted to create a sage-to-be human emperor. Of course, the current luck of the human race was far from the level of the future, which covered the entire untainted land. With its current power, it could only support a Daoist Jingxian level expert for the human race. If he wanted to go further and become a sage-to-be expert, the luck of the human race would be powerless. However, Feng Zichen was not worried about this at all. Not enough luck? Don't worry, merit will make up for it. Now, Feng Zichen did not lack Xianhuang merit. He, who had a body of merit, had some surplus even if he created a top-grade postnatal cardinal treasure like the merit spiritual light. What's more, after establishing the innate sword principle, the heavenly Tao gave him endless merit. In this way, Feng Zichen had an incredible amount of Xianhuang merit. If he refined all these merit, it would not be difficult for him to reach the late stage of the sage-to-be realm, let alone the sage-to-be realm. Using the heaven and earth merit combined with the destiny of the human race, coupled with the many treasures on his body, the mighty power of the human path as the fire, and the chi of origin as the fuel. In the innate cardinal treasure cauldron of heaven and earth, he created a human emperor comparable to a pre-saint. This was Feng Zichen's plan. At that time, Nuwa asked him what he wanted, and he almost blurted out that he wanted the innate Taiyin origin. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw the merit aura behind him. At that time, this bold idea suddenly and uncontrollably appeared in his heart, and it became more and more intense. He could not help but change his words and borrow the cauldron of heaven and earth. Since the merits were useless to him, why not use them to refine a status comparable to that of a sage-to-be and pass it on to the next generation of the human race and protect the human race? With the status of a quasi-saint, no matter how the situation fluctuated, the human race would always have a quasi-saint overseeing it. They might not be able to dominate the primordial world. However, there was absolutely no problem in defending one side. A quasi-sage, placed in any era, would be an overlord. With a deep snort, Feng Zichen forced the fate of the human race out of his body. Immediately, a ball of Xianxia, shrouded in five-colored light, appeared beside him. It shone with divine light and emitted a shocking power. Go! Pointing at Xianxia, Feng Zichen threw it into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Then, he waved his hand and suddenly grabbed in front of him. The void shattered, and wisps of light appeared, surging towards him with the prayers of all living beings. This was the power of incense, which contained the good wishes of countless clansmen for the human race. Since the birth of the human race, it had always existed and could be said to be endless. Now, Feng Zichen took it and used it as the main material to refine the human emperor's status. After taking the power of incense, Feng Zichen calmed his mind and activated the power of Sword Dao with all his strength, forcefully shaking the long river of destiny. Rumble. After a loud bang, the long river of destiny that had been calm for a long time changed again. The entire river was shaking violently, setting off boundless waves, each higher than the last. Who knew how many people's destinies were disturbed, changing their destinies? Suddenly, in the depths of the long river of destiny, a small tributary appeared, emitting a hazy white light. It was not dazzling, but warm and gentle, slowly flowing to an unknown place. That was the river of destiny that belonged to the human race. It was one of the countless tributaries of the long river of destiny. The destiny of all the humans gathered here. Out! A majestic divine sense surged out and slammed into the tributary. The river water flew up, and a grand spirit appeared. That spirit was vigorous and exuded the belief of self-improvement, shaking one's heart. It was the immortal belief and indestructible spirit of the human race. As soon as it appeared, it leaped high from the long river of destiny, crossed the boundless void, and surged into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Boom, 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 the fate of the human race, the power of incense, and the spirit of the human race gathered in the cauldron of heaven and earth, entangling and fusing with each other, producing a strange power. From there, it broke the seal of the cauldron of heaven and earth and spread into the chaos beyond the heavens. As if shaking the universe, the chaos beyond the heavens trembled. The light of the human path flickered, and a mighty force appeared out of thin air and exploded, turning into a raging fire that burned toward the cauldron of heaven and earth. This was the fire of the human path. Great! Seeing this, Feng Zichen was excited. He hurriedly took off the merit on his back and sent it all into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out the merit light and crushed it, sending it into the cauldron of heaven and earth. To Feng Zichen, his strongest defensive means in the past, the merit light, had long been useless. It was useless to keep it in his hands. It was better to integrate it into the human emperor's position to strengthen his power. Clang, under the burning of the human path fire, even the cauldron of heaven and earth was trembling. The power of creation gushed out endlessly, as if it was going to recreate the universe and the world. Under the pressure of the power of creation, the four tangible and intangible forces gathered into a ball and compressed continuously. Gradually, they took on a physical form and revealed the aura of the human path. It's not enough. Seeing the change in the destiny of the human race, Feng Zichen frowned in dissatisfaction. Then, as if he had thought of something, he reached out his hand and grabbed toward the ancestral land of the human race. In the sky above the ancestral temple of the human race, there was a purple-gold divine dragon bathed in the Ziwei starlight. It was constantly devouring the dragon qi in all directions and slowly growing. This was the Emperor's qi, the fusion of the dragon vein qi and the Ziwei starlight. It was the strongest power in the world that could isolate all Daos, obliterate mana, and destroy all supernatural powers. As an emperor, he should be as brilliant as the sun and have supreme majesty. How could he not have the Emperor's qi? Therefore, thinking of this, Feng Zichen moved. He took action from the chaos beyond the heavens and captured the Emperor's qi, sending it into the human emperor's position that was about to take shape. On the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen's innate indestructible true spirit forcefully separated a part of the origin of the Ziwei star and sent it into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Chapter 236. The Ziwei star's origin could also be called the Emperor's origin. It was the carrier of the Tao of the innate Emperor. Boom! 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 As the Ziwei star's origin fused, the fluctuations from the cauldron of heaven and earth became even stronger as it trembled violently. The power of creation surged out, erupting with sparkling white light that illuminated the entire cauldron. Through the walls of the cauldron, one could clearly see the human emperor's position that had been dyed golden by the Xianhuang merit earlier. At this moment, under the influence of the Ziwei star's origin, it was gradually dyed with a hint of purple, transforming into a purplish gold color. At the same time, the emperor purple chi that the human race had nurtured for many years turned back into a 5-clawed divine dragon that circled around the human emperor's position. And under the influence of its aura, this divine dragon also underwent a change. The dragon's aura on its body became stronger, revealing its noble appearance. There was a faint trend of metamorphosis, as if it was about to transform into a 9-clawed divine dragon. Not enough. With a low voice, Feng Zichen took out the chaos bead, summoned the great Tao divine diagram, and spread out the chaos formation. It absorbed all the chaos chi from all directions and poured it into the human emperor's position. Then, a mysterious yellow light bloomed on its body, constantly surging and flying into the cauldron of heaven and earth. That was the Xianhuang Mother Qi, also known as the origin of heaven and earth. It was a treasure that Feng Zichen had obtained from the ancient ruins. At the same time, the Buddha pagoda also flew out from Feng Zichen's body. It also spewed out Xianhuang Mother Qi, and it was twice as much as Feng Zichen's. At that time, the ancient ruins were about to be destroyed, and the Xianhuang Mother Qi was born. Feng Zichen, Xing Tian, World Devastator Daoist, and the others each obtained 10% of the Xianhuang Mother Qi. Only the Buddha pagoda obtained 20% of the Xianhuang Mother Qi by chance. It could be said to be the best among them. Now, it was all taken out by Feng Zichen to strengthen the power of the human emperor's position. Boom! Boom! The mighty power of the human Tao that descended from the unseen became stronger and stronger. Terrifying power overflowed, even the chaos was distorting. Under this power, the power of the cauldron of heaven and earth was completely stimulated. It was like a world had been reopened, and it was about to create the universe. Earth, fire, water, and winds surged and formed the energy of the world. Immediately, the chaotic qi that was surging over was divided into the purest innate qi of creation. It carried endless Daoist rhymes as it surged toward the human emperor's position. If he wanted to use the supreme ability of the cauldron of heaven and earth, he would be able to revert to Xiantian. Unfortunately, the position of the human emperor was too extraordinary. If it was converted into a spiritual treasure, it would not be weaker than any supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although the cauldron of heaven and earth was powerful, it couldn't refine a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure created by heaven and earth. Therefore, even though there were waves of connate spiritual light, endless Daoist rhymes, and even connate runes on the human emperor's body, it couldn't complete the final transformation and become a connate object. Pre-celestial and post-celestial were only 2 words apart, but they were as different as heaven and earth. Natural treasures were created by the grand Tao and nurtured by the heavens and the earth, and they possessed indestructible characteristics. Even if it was broken, it would repair itself one day. However, things were different for acquired items. As a human-made treasure, if it was broken, it would be broken. Unless the owner spent a lot of treasures to reconstruct it, it would be impossible for it to repair itself. In other words, Feng Zichen spent a lot of peerless treasures to refine the human emperor's position. If it was broken in a great battle, it would be completely destroyed. If he wanted to condense the human emperor's position again, he would have to refine it again. The other treasures were easy to find. He could still find them with some effort. However, the Xianhuang source qi was the only layer left in the world. It couldn't be found anymore. Therefore, the human emperor's position had to be recognized by heaven and earth and become a connate object. Otherwise, it wouldn't mean much to the human race. If he was careless, the human emperor's position would be damaged. It would be an unbearable pain. Tree of World, refine. Summoning the Tree of World from the chaos bead, Feng Zichen placed it above the cauldron of heaven and earth and used the origin power of the Tree of World to strengthen the cauldron of heaven and earth. The Tree of World was a chaos spiritual root. If it was refined into a spiritual treasure, it would be a chaos supreme treasure. If it transformed into a human form, it would be a chaos demon god. Even if such a supreme spiritual object hadn't grown to its peak, it still had incredible power. Especially the Tree of World, which contained the power to open up a realm. That realm wasn't the upper-class world, but the more powerful chaotic world. It was a world second only to the untainted land. It had great creation and great opportunities. In terms of going against the Khanate, it was much better than the cauldron of heaven and earth. Not to mention supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, it could even nurture rare Khanate supreme treasures in the untainted land. Moreover, the Tree of World was a chaos spiritual root. The rules of the untainted land couldn't restrict it. There was no limit to the number of times it could refine Khanate spiritual treasures. As long as it had enough Khanate origin, it could refine as many as it wanted. It was far from comparable to the cauldron of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Tree of World hadn't grown to perfection. Its ability was far less powerful than the legends said. Even so, it might not be much weaker than the cauldron of heaven and earth in going against the Khanate. The Tree of World and the cauldron of heaven and earth alone might not be able to refine supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, but the two worked together with the power of merit and the Xianhuang Mother Qi. The birth of the human emperor must be a Khanate object. It could blend with heaven and earth and become a status derived from the Tao of heaven and earth. It was indestructible and had incredible power. Whoosh! The origin of the world fell from the roots of the Tree of World like a waterfall and landed on the cauldron of heaven and earth below. At this moment, the cauldron of heaven and earth completely changed. Bright green light burst out, and countless Khanate runes flew out, covering thousands of miles of chaos. Everything in the surroundings was fixed. The rules were distorted, and cognition was changed. The thousands of miles of chaos turned into a world of heaven and earth. It seemed to be only thousands of miles in size, but it was also vast and boundless. As the saying goes, a mountain contains a mustard seed, and a mustard seed contains a mountain. This was it. The world was vast, with the division of heaven and earth and the derivation of rules. Earth, fire, water, and wind raged endlessly. The 5 elements cycled back and forth, showing the beauty of the world and giving birth to endless creation. In the center of the world of heaven and earth, the human emperor's status floated there quietly, accepting the refinement of the world's rules and the baptism of endless creation. Daoist rhymes surrounded his body, and Khanate spiritual light shone brightly. Vast divine power spread out, gradually transforming into Khanate, and immortal Tao light shone. Emperor, great, beginning. The word emperor in the Khanate godly text looked like a sun, symbolizing glory and brilliance. This was also the reason why Di Jun was born as the emperor. The word Huang in the human clan was like a burning lamp, representing the eternal life of the human clan. It also represented that Swerin drilled wood to make fire, lighting the fire of the human race's civilization, making the human race wise and having a heritage. To the human race, mastering fire was no less than splitting heaven and earth. Therefore, Feng Zichen created the word emperor with this as the core. Emperor Sui built fire for the human race, eternal. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.